I Love You, Periodt by Tyla Walker.
If you're as eager to get your hands on the steamy scenes as I am,
Oh, you know I am, baby.
then I've got a great deal for you.
You always got a great deal for me? But what you selling this time?
You can find the unabridged version of this audiobook and countless more at tylawalker.com.
That's my go-to place for sassy, spicy romance.
All unabridged audiobooks have every last drop of spice unfiltered just for you, with the unabridged ebooks on top of that.
So I can listen to you in my ear 24/7?
Get me to say anything you want, baby.
I know where I'm going next.
Head to tylawalker.com and use discount code SAVE40 to get 40% off on all digital products.
And in the meantime, thanks for listening to Tyla Walker's I Love You, Periodt.
Chapter 1. Liam. If it isn't my dad, the chess fiend. I come to a standstill next to the salt and pepper-haired 60-year-old man seated at a concrete chess table at Sunset Park, set against a panoramic view of Las Vegas. Bright sunbeams from overhead stream through the palms overhead. And if it isn't my preppy son. He looks up and smiles only inasmuch as he can while still placing the pieces. White for him. Black for me. That's the tradition we've had since he first taught me at the ripe old age of 7 years old. Once he's done setting up, he looks at me fully. Didn't even have to see you to know that you'd be overdressed. On cue, I knot the loose sweater hung around my shoulders a bit tighter. You have some nerve, old man, to say anything when you're over there in your loafers, khakis, and polo. Are you in Las Vegas or Connecticut? At the Yale reunion, they all called me Vegas. A mischievous smirk plays over his mouth. So, apparently I'm fooling some of them. Well, not this guy. Suddenly I think to look down, realizing I haven't seen Dad's constant companion. Where's Elvis? Dad's eyes soften at his beloved border collie's name, and he points down under the table. You think I'd go outside on a glorious day like this and not take him along? The dog is fast asleep by Dad's feet. You ready to get your ass beat? I trash talk with the best of them, taught by the man across me, of course. He probably taught me that before he even taught me what the pieces were. We'll see about that. Dad makes the first move. King pawn, 2 spaces forward. Decent, but easy to counter. So what's going on? What's new since I saw you last? I ask as Dad eyes his pieces studiously. He moves, then looks up. It's the first thing to really take his focus off the game. I thought you might want to know of a little development that's happening. His green eyes flare mischievously. Oh yeah? What kind? The usual suspects. Your sisters and my loving mother, Grandma Rose. His chin leans against his fist as he studies the board waiting for me to play. I block one of his pawns with my bishop. What now? I brace myself for the details of the new scheme. My twin baby sisters, Emma and Olivia, the gruesome twosome, will turn anything into a bet. And Grandma Rose is just as competitive. We all are, truthfully. He grunts at the board, engrossed, then looks up at me once he moves. You're gonna get a kick out of this. So, you know how Aunt Joe's getting married in a few months to Beth? Yeah, of course. Just got the save the date last week. So, your sisters and Grandma Rose are taking bets on who you'll take. They want to set you up. Whoever's pick you go with wins the bet. Dad is grinning, then breaks into a laugh. God, I can't believe them. Can they get a life? I shake my head. What did you say to them? I said I want in. He laughs even louder. Dad, come on. Okay, so if you're in on the action, why the hell are you telling me? Because the pot's getting big. He looks at the board as I make a move, and I think it's about time we had a little fun with them. His hand crashes down and he seizes the opportunity to take one of my knights. Way to kick a man when he's down, Dad. And show mercy? Never. Not with you. Not with your sisters. Not even my dear mother. How about Mom? She's different. And why's that? I ask, eyebrow cocked. Because I like my balls right where they are. Thank you very much. Not between the blades of her sewing shears. And I'd like my love life to stay behind closed doors where it belongs, not something for a bookie to take bets on. My tone is rising, and I barely want to look at my dad. Aren't you the consummate prankster? You've pulled so many tricks on your sisters over the year. Yeah, but the whole point of a prank is to best someone else, not to be bested. So, no, I don't like it when the joke is on me, especially not with my love life. And you're cool with this? Our conversation wanes as our minds turn to the game before us. I'm certain I'll win, but the old man is a master at springing a last-minute game-winning move. And checkmate, says my dad with a flourish. My king is down and it's over for me. I'm so ticked off that I've lost focus on the game and let him win. My fist punches the hard stone tab, a few pieces tumble, and I hear Elvis whimper back to life from under the table. Oops, the sore loser has woken up little Elvis. He bends down to pet the sleepy dog. Then he pulls out a leash from his pocket and straps it to the collar around Elvis's neck. You know I'm not a sore loser, but what I do want to do is to turn the tables on them. I like the sound of that. What do you have in mind? Let's walk and talk. We stroll through the park beneath the shade of the boughs. Elvis trots as fast as the leash will let him. Let's beat them at their own game, I say. You're going to join the bet on my behalf, and I'll pick whichever girl you choose. Dad chuckles. I love this idea. They won't know what hit them. I should mention that your mom will hate it, and will probably try to stop me. How come? Because of what the doctor told me after our last family bet. Said I need to stop participating in pranks for the sake of my health. And you know your mother's a stickler for the rules. Too much excitement for an old man, apparently. I mean, this one's a bit different since you already know that you'll win it. There's absolutely no risk to your health. I'm sure you can be firm with Mom one last time, for old time's sake. You're right. He tugs at the leash, and Elvis runs back to us and sniffs at my feet. I bend down to scratch beneath one of his floppy ears. Do you have my back with this bet? The dog looks up at his owner as if for approval, then barks at me when Dad nods. Since we have an agreement, I say let's get some lunch. I'm famished. I stand upright again. Moonlight Bistro? Asks Dad, referring to the popular bistro nearby we frequent even when chess isn't involved. I'm in the mood for some wraps and dessert. Always a great choice. Did you drive? Should we walk? I jingle the keys in my pocket. I drove, but the distance is too short, not worth fighting with traffic. We can walk. We head out of the park with pasta and cheesecake on my mind. Once we're on the sidewalk, he picks up the conversation again. Your sisters are crazy invested in this from the little I heard. They were tossing names around like we were off to the races. They'll be more than mad at us when they find out. That's their problem for making me out to be a pawn. I don't even care if they lose their money. I'm backing your choice no matter what she's like. Speaking of which, any particular requests for the date I should pick? He elbows my sides and winks slyly. Come on, Dad. I elbow him back. This is a prank, remember? Strictly to get back at the girls and Grandma Rose for trying to set me up. I don't really care. Actually, you should find someone completely random and completely not my type. Someone who'll make them think they've won. That will really make them upset. Dad guffaws. Much as I'd love to see the self-satisfied looks wiped off their faces, I don't want to make it too obvious that we're in cahoots. So, I'll be as competitive as them and really find the best of the best. Don't worry too much about it, though, Dad. Seriously. Do you have anyone in mind? I don't have anyone yet, but I can't promise to not go overboard either. Did I mention the money is going to charity? It's not winner takes all. So they were going to bet on me and not even let the money go to a charity of my choice? I don't think so. I'll give it some thought and pick a great one. We come near the bistro and the smell of food floats through the air. but it doesn't stop me from wondering what my siblings are willing to do for me to choose their options. How far do you think they'll go to throw these women at me? I ask as we sit down at the table. Oh, you're about to have a target on your back, my boy. Women flung at you from all angles. Get ready and get set. He makes a good point, but now I'm even more set to ignore the rest and concentrate solely on whichever date my dad finds for me. Over dinner, my dad and I strategize about how to find this girl and different attributes we should and shouldn't look for, and we howl at some of the past pranks we've played, like filling Olivia's car with stuffed plushies after she called Elvis a walking throw rug. I'm ready. Let the games begin. I grin as he drops me off, feeling more confident that we can pull it off now that there's a plan. This will be fun.
Chapter 2. Serena. Hey, watch where you're going. A ruddy face pops out of a van next to me. Unsurprising, since my bike barely missed veering into the vehicle while I reveled in my small joy at finally being on my way home. He's angrier than the car horn he blows at me. Sorry, I shrug, slightly embarrassed. Yeah, sorry is not going to save your behind. Won't be long till you're in a cast riding around recklessly like that. Still frowning, he closes his window along with any response I might have given. Damn, some strong words. I didn't even scratch his paint. A close call, I'll admit, but not even the crazy traffic can drown my excitement to finally be off work for the day. I can't reel it in, and instead use the energy to get home quicker. But trying to do that almost got me bashed. I have to be more careful. I pedal on towards home as the wind whips at my face. The helmet on my head is starting to weigh on the ponytail at the nape of my neck. My long, dark curls are pulled into it a little too tight. Who even needs gym class? I exhale between light intakes of breath, when I have my trusty bike. My fingers grip the handlebars while my legging-covered thighs pump away, helping my feet propel the pedals. The cycle is effortless because I've been doing this since my younger days back in Detroit. Between this and the kids' dance studio where I teach, I'm probably fit enough for the Olympics. I push away my sarcasm and remember to be thankful for having my dance instructor job. At least that's in line with my dreams of dance. Plus, it's way better than my cleaning job. I can feel my face instantly scrunch in disgust just at the thought. I didn't realize just how disgusting human beings were until I had to pick up after them and tidy their messes. Safe to say I am not built for that. A living wage. All I need is a living wage. I repeat the mantra as my torso bends forward while I cycle on toward my downtrodden apartment. I know they say don't despise humble beginnings, but some days it feels like I'm stuck in a loop to keep me away from a break into a successful dance or acting career. And it hurts all the more because I've tasted success before, even if just briefly. Maybe I should have become an Olympic athlete instead. I'm clearly built for it, I think snidely. Weaving through traffic, I feel my shoulders slump and a scowl form across my mouth. Once upon a time, it felt like I'd finally caught a break. A small acting credit as a dog walker in a commercial, but a step forward nonetheless. The only step forward, it seems. I can still hear the director yell, "Action!" The rush of blood to my head when hair and makeup got me dolled up for my part. And I still know every single step of the dance number I had to do at the end, I say through gritted teeth after a sharp turn. That should have been the start of something bigger, better, and brighter. I was so motivated. There wasn't an agency in town I didn't send my portfolio to, but it was followed by radio silence. And now I'm here with not so much as the whisper of an audition since. Yet, not since. I constantly have to keep my head up, constantly have to trust and believe that eventually it'll happen for me. But it's exhausting. If the commercial people liked what they saw and could pay for my moves, then more people out there are looking and willing to also pay for someone with my exact set of skills. I tell myself through paced breaths. Sometimes I love the little pep talks that happen when I'm writing, but I have to wonder what onlookers think watching a woman talk to herself. Then I remember that this is Las Vegas. I reach my street, and the familiar aroma emanates from the Moonlight Bistro that's just a few doors down from my place. I hit the brake and bring the bike to a stop in front of an old-school 70s-style laundromat. My feet smack against the pavement on either side of the bike, surprised I'm not tired after such a long cycle. But my stomach is the one with complaints. The loud grumble takes me back. Good Lord, I could do with a good meal. I don't remember eating anything the whole day. My shoebox apartment is above the laundromat that's next to Moonlight Bistro. It would be convenient if I could afford to dine there more often. As usual, more people are filtering in than out. There are also a few groups of new arrivals who seem content to stand outside to bask in the realization that they are about to eat such great food. Lucky them. I'm about to stop ogling the people and climb up to my abode when a cute black and white dog catches my eye. A border collie? It would seem so. The dog is with two white men. An older gentleman who has the leash and a very, very handsome younger guy. Damn. I mouth wordlessly and immediately snap my lips shut. There's no two ways about it. He is impossible to miss. He is dressed like he is off to the races with the body of a swimsuit model, fresh with a smart button-up shirt with a jersey tied around his shoulders. I can't stop staring at his piercing blue eyes. I urge myself to look away, but my stupid mouth betrays me and falls open even wider. It doesn't help that my fingers itch to smooth down his tousled, dirty blonde hair. The bistro attracts a lot of people. Anytime I step out or look out my window, there are so many of them. I've never seen anyone who looks even half as good as this mystery hunk. I remember my boring outfit and wish I'd dressed a bit cuter today. Just my luck to see a cute guy when I look like a homeless college student. I occupy myself by getting off the bike. A smile plays on my lips as I imagine a different scenario, one where I look cute and say hi as I pass them on my way in to eat. Maybe I'm seated inside the bistro and he comes up to me. "Is this seat taken?" he'd say. A small giggle escapes my lips at the absurdity of it all. My God, this man hasn't even looked at me. But the smile on my face falls off when I realize the older man at the end of the leash is staring at me funny. Is it my hair? I lift a hand to smooth my curly hair down and instead meet my hard helmet. In the heat of the moment, I forgot I had it on. No way that my penchant for safety is the reason the old guy is staring at me like a beak has sprouted out of my forehead. I flip my head back because, he might be eyeing someone behind me. Nope. There's no one else. I glance back at him, and then behind me once again to make sure my assumption isn't wrong. His eyes are still boring into me, and it's officially turned into an awkward situation, because the one I'd prefer to look at me hasn't even noticed me. I cover my mouth with my palm and whisper to myself. Do I know him from somewhere? Is he the guy I almost bashed earlier? I gulp hard and hope he doesn't want to cause a scene. The thing is, I have to pass right by him and the cute guy to get to my door. My fingers unclasp my helmet and pull it off my head. I sigh, straighten my back, and wheel my bike forward at a snail's pace. The old man's gaze drifts away from me towards the bistro door. He rushes forward and holds it open, then looks at me. It hits me that he thinks I'm going in with them, but I turn and disappear into my entrance next to the laundromat. I'm glad there was no drama, but I can't help but wish I'd looked cuter. Maybe then the attractive man would have noticed me, as opposed to the old guy with the dog. Maybe I'll see him again outside the bistro. I'll just make sure to care a little more about my appearance and possibly catch his eye.
Chapter 3. Liam. Unless we missed something, I say we're done for today. Next stop back home. I say we hit our spot again, Dad responds. My eyeballs move from the road ahead to watch him through the rearview mirror. He is seated comfortably in the back seat as if I'm his chauffeur. We've wrapped up a spate of errands, and I thought the next step was to drop him off at his place. What spot? Moonlight Bistro. Again? I didn't realize that was a part of the plan today. Sure, we both like the bistro, but twice in 2 days might be a little much. He chuckles. I think eating is part of everyone's everyday plan, wouldn't you? Come on, Dad, don't you miss Elvis? You're usually aching to get back to your precious dog. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, isn't that what they say? Now, shall we? I shrug, turn the key, back the car out of the parallel parking spot, and head towards our destination. I guess I could use some company. My mind has been abuzz with the impending bet since yesterday, mostly with thoughts of all the women I will have to handle for the next 6 weeks. 6 weeks until Aunt Beth's wedding ceremony. Is it even enough time? Especially since I don't seem to have that many people to pick from. By the way, Dad's voice floats into my thoughts. Your grandmother and sisters have formally approached me about the bet. It isn't just a thing they're talking about now. Thanks for starting with the good news. Now what's the bad news? I ask without a hint of humor. The 3 of them have narrowed down their choices, and all of them will be at the celebration this weekend, whether you like it or not. My eyes squint. By all of them, I begin slowly. The suitors, he says. For crying out loud, I say, and smash the accelerator. A few horns blow around us as I weave recklessly through traffic. My fingers are in a death grip around the steering wheel. I can't believe they're actually going through with this, whether I like it or not, huh? Their words, not mine. So the celebration weekend, which should be a precursor to the union ceremony, will now be turned into a dating game show for poor, lonely Liam? He doesn't respond. I see him through the rear view, head turned to the side, watching the midday traffic pass by. So pathetic. Not him, but my sisters. I'm not in the least bit surprised, but still unable to come to terms with their audacity. The hot breath rushes up from deep within and flies out of my nose at breakneck speed. I feel my chest heave, and a dangerous red cloud hovers over my eyes. Easy there now, the old man admonishes from the back. I ease up on the speed and drive smoothly till we arrive at the bistro. We exit the vehicle once I park and bang our door shut. The familiar smells of the restaurant waft through the air, only slightly dimming my irritation. Next to me, Dad inhales deeply. What a welcome, he says with a smile. Indeed. My mood begins to ease up before we reach the door. My step is lighter, and the tension that built up in my shoulders on the way over begins to melt as the smells grow stronger. I'm still pissed at my sisters, though. They've been at this game for a long time, always trying to set me up with one person or the other. Now they've gone so far as to add money and turn it into a contest, but I fully intend to beat them on their own playing field. We make our way toward a window table and sit, while we wait for our waters. I purse my lips and weigh my thoughts. You're still in this, right? You look a little unsure, like you might want to back out. I shake my head and stifle a yawn. Oh, best believe I'm in it to win it. I'm just a little pissed with Olivia and Emma. I should be used to it by now since they do this all the time, but this one is a little overboard. I can't lie, I'm a bit offended, but I'm definitely still in. He rubs his hands together. Perfect. I wouldn't want it any other way because pranking them will be too much fun. Fun to get them back, but remember, I still hate this entire premise. I know, but take it as just a little sibling rivalry. It feels more like sibling meddling, and I definitely don't need an intervention. That sounds like a man who is about to back down. I grit my teeth. Dad, I'm not, okay? Lay off! A hush falls on us as we both pick up menus and study them. Yesterday's pasta was divine, but today I'm in the mood for some chili. We place our order, and the conversation resumes. Anyways, what makes these girls and Grandma think they know the kind of girl I'd like? Don't even worry about that because my choice will blow them, and you, out the water. I fold my arms across my chest and lift one eyebrow at him as if to urge him on. The girl from the other day, the one we saw when we came here after chess. I think I know the one you mean. On a bike? That's the one. I've seen her around the neighborhood, but since that last time I haven't been able to stop thinking about her. With her huge hazel eyes and smooth, dark skin. I couldn't keep my eyes off of her. How could someone look so stunning in a plain dance leotard and leggings? It dawns on me right there, hitting me like a bucket of ice-cold water. Of course, that's the only reason he had us come back to this place. Look at my conniving father. Why her? What about her made you decide she'd make a good suitor, especially since we didn't even talk to her? Our food arrives and we accept our plates and dig in. He responds between chomps. There was just something about her. A charisma. Come on. If we're going to be partners in crime, then you have to be honest with me. Well, that part's true, but it's not just that. She looked really familiar, but I didn't realize where I knew her from until I got home. I put my spoon down and placed 2 fists on the table on either side of my plate. And where's that? I saw her in a commercial. Elvis really loved it too. It was about a dog walker, and she had a dance number at the end. She must be an actress, and that right there is the key to us winning. I don't follow. She's an actress, son, so this will be way too easy for all of us. She'll sell the entire premise perfectly. It's her job, so it should be second nature for her to make it convincing, like a role. I nod my head and spoon hot chili into my mouth. Not a bad choice. Sounds like a plan to me. We finish the rest of our meal in silence, settle the bill, and walk out. We stand outside the bistro for 10 minutes, and people watch, both of us hoping to spot our mystery actress and dancer girl. And now all we have to do is find her, he says while scouting the vicinity. How do you propose we do that? I ask, a little miffed when our scanning doesn't yield anything. From my calculations, it looks like we might have to come back here again tomorrow. My only hope is that we're not embarking on a wild goose chase. At the very least, we know the ad she's been in. A few phone calls will definitely help us find her. We stalk off from the bistro and head to the car. I find myself getting more excited about this bet on my love life. I just hope this woman takes us up on our offer. Dad has a good pick lined up, and I wouldn't mind getting to know her better not.
Chapter 4. Serena. As I tighten the laces before leaving the apartment for my afternoon jog, I feel the bitterness inside once again. The sun streams over my face, a scowl rising over my features. I could be in a theater, rehearsing for a new job, but I just had to ignore my phone. My mind slips back to yesterday morning. I did a double, and I thought I was being responsible by putting my head down and keeping my phone on silent. That was until I got off work at 8 p.m. and listened to the voicemail waiting for me, the one I got around noon. Hey, I'm Louise Grant, and I'm casting dancers for a show called Rave Review. Can you come in at 4 to audition? Short notice, but I hope you can make it. I called her back right away, but it was way too late. It had already been cast. Somehow, when she told me good luck, it felt like a slap in the face, considering she was the one who determined my luck for the day. I head down the stairs with soap operas and daytime talk shows blaring through the doors. Since I moved to Las Vegas 3 years ago, fresh from New York after a priceless education at Juilliard, I've been telling myself this was temporary, but I think I'm paying the price doubly now. I push out the front door into the brightness. I work up to a brisk jog as my feet hit the concrete in a steady rhythm. The traffic passes by and I tune out the sounds as I crank up my running soundtrack. Peppy rock music starts blaring in my ears, and suddenly I'm colliding with someone and practically knocked onto my feet, about to fall. Careful. Just before I hit the ground, someone's arms catch me. It's the guy from yesterday, outside the bistro. I already thought he was hot, but I didn't realize just how gorgeous he was before seeing him up close. You okay? The hot guy asks, staring down at me. His blonde hair reflects the sun, and I can feel the strength of his forearms. I'm trying to come up with a response when I realize I still have my earbuds in, and I take them out. Oh, I'm fine. Thank you. I was just lost in thought. As I attempt to regain my composure, a man who I assume is his dad steps forward. Liam, the older man stage whispers, and he elbows him in the ribs. See? She's perfect. Dad, stop. The hottie rolls his eyes, and a miniature family drama unfolds in front of me. The older man pleads insistently. For the thing, you know? They exchange a long look, one that makes me feel like I'm eavesdropping, even though they're the ones who intruded. As if I'm the rude one because they decided to have a private conversation about me. In my presence, by the way. It feels as if I just stepped into a game I didn't know I was playing. He bumped into me. Now he pretends like I'm not here? Okay, I offer tentatively. Well, I should be going. No, please, the older one insists, starting to look slightly panicked. The two of them exchange more ominous looks, and suddenly I feel a little nervous. Who are these guys? It all seems super shady. There's a tension I'm not quite understanding. It almost feels as if they're about to throw me into the back of a van. They don't look like the type in their preppy clothes and superior attitude. But you never know. Sorry, don't mind my dad. He didn't mean anything. He's just bad with social graces. The hot guy sort of pushes his dad aside, glowers at him, and then turns back to me. We wanted to talk for a minute. We're not kidnappers or anything. No true crime stories here. I widen my eyes and look around, noting where I can escape if I need to. It's the denial that's the reassuring part. I start looking around the pavement, the streets, and the shops, noting where I can escape from the situation if I need to. I'm getting more uncomfortable every second. We stand in silence. I don't know what's happening as they're staring at me. So, I say uneasily, I have to... Liam. The father is still trying to speak to me, not realizing I'm finished with the conversation. The bet? Yeah, I really should get going now. Wait, just 1 second, I need to say something. The older one holds up his hand, which I could get around if I slapped it away. So you can lure me to Lake Las Vegas, never to be seen again? It's not really a lake, you know. Well, that makes it all better. The older man rushes to get his sentences out. Look, you're an actress, right? There's a role you could help with. No one has ever been led astray with a promise like that, of course, but I hold my tongue, letting my stink eye speak for me while making sure I have an exit plan. My sister's getting married, Liam's aunt, and we're insanely competitive. My daughters and my mom are taking bets for Liam's date, but they don't know Liam is in on it now. I think you'd be the perfect date. I've never heard anything more insane in my life. You know, thanks for the offer, but I really have to get going. I start my jog, putting my headphones in and getting as far as possible. That's too damn weird of a rabbit hole for me to follow anyone down.
Chapter 5. Liam. The air feels thick with tension as we watch the woman jog away. Geez, Dad, you really freaked her out. Let me go talk to her. I turn in the direction she just took off in, seeing if I can catch up. I can't just let her run away. If she sees me again, she's going to move to the other side of the street. If she runs, that's it. Chance blown. Screw it! I break into a brisk walk, just short of a run. The last thing I need is for her to feel like the protagonist of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Hey, 1 second, wait up! You forgot something! Quick. Think fast. What the hell did she forget? She turns around, hesitates for a moment, then walks back toward me, lifting her hands. I did. I don't carry much when I'm running. I don't know what I could have left. You forgot to tell me your name. If the simply awful line doesn't work, maybe my smile will, or the fact that I'm laughing and rolling my eyes at myself. Oh my God. Really? She rolls her eyes. Good one. Smooth. But she's laughing. Good. Phew. Smooth is kind of my trademark. Clearly, did you and your dad bet on what my name was too, or something? No, not on that. Just whether I could get your autograph on our dog's leash. Elvis loves that commercial. She stops with recognition. I really hope the dog food commercial isn't the highlight of my career. I'm sure it won't be. And maybe we can help with that somehow. But I need to know your name first, so I can keep track of your career and all. Serena Thomas. She gives a nod and smiles. The name suits her. And how about you? How quickly we forget. I thought I mentioned my name before. Maybe you're just forgettable, or the crazy conversation clouded everything else out. That could very well be. But to refresh you, I'm Liam, and my dad is William. The thing is, I know what he said sounds crazy, but we can make it worth your while, compensation-wise." She pauses for a moment. Her face looks as if there are too many questions crowding her mind to know which to ask first. "And what would you be paying me for?" "Well, first, your time, which is a valuable commodity." "I'm glad you realize that. You're smarter than you look. How does a couple of Benjamins sound for taking up this much of my time already?" "That's all?" I pull out my billfold and I peel off not $2 but $300 bills. "Let's make it 3. She raises her eyebrows, not entirely sure what she should do. I give a slanted smile meant to encourage her to just take it. She puts it in her pouch. Maybe it's her striking hazel eyes or her warm smile. It could be the confident way she holds herself. But the longer I talk with her, the better she seems to play this part. "So, now that I've taken your money, you expect me to help with the bet?" "No, not an expectation, of course not. This is just a gesture of goodwill for hearing me out. And it can be payment for the advice I'm about to give, which I would have given for free, by the way. But maybe you and your dad should find more useful hobbies than propositioning dates for a bet. Dr. Phil would have a field day with you." "No doubt. But wait till Dr. Phil gets a hold of my sisters and grandmother. They're so much crazier." She raises her eyebrows and opens her mouth slightly. "Really? That's hard to imagine." "Yeah. Why do you think Dad and I are taking this bet so seriously? You'd really pay for something as silly as this? Bragging rights with the 3 most competitive people on the planet? Oh, hell yeah. Better than a high-stakes poker game. And you're totally my type. They'd buy it in an instant." There you go with buying again. Occupational hazard. "What's your occupation? Hopefully not host of a candid camera show." Serena looks around for a hidden film crew, and I wave away her suspicions. No, I'm a professional poker player." "Ah. So what do you say, Serena, or is it too weird?" She laughs. "It's weird, all right. But this isn't even in the top 10 weirdest things that have happened this year." "Really? I'll have to up my game. What was the weirdest?" She pauses. Tough to decide. The director I had for this dance version of Glengarry Glen Ross was insane. We all had to do pirouettes in costumes that were like business suit leotards. That doesn't sound so weird. He kept shouting, "Always be closing," at us, saying we weren't performing our moves like closers. I burst out laughing, and she starts laughing with me. "What else? 9 more to go." "I could tell you some stories about the auditions for that dog food commercial. Dogs or humans? Both, sometimes in one person. Some of the people auditioning were like practicing barking as vocal exercises. It was insane. Whew, and I thought people in my profession were crazy. Sounds like nothing compared to performers, although there's definitely an element of performance and putting people off their game." "Oh yeah? What sorts of things? You have time for it?" "Not really." She laughs, looking at her watch. "But I'll listen for a minute. Here, I'll start my watch." "Oh, good. So next time I make this pitch for someone to be in on a bet, I'll know how many seconds to shave off." "Exactly. People pull out weird stuff, like good luck charms. This one dude pulled out this urn. Turned out it was his mom's ashes. Wow, that's something. Right? But the real key is practicing a lot and having a lot of self-discipline, and not going all in, betting cautiously. None of this superstitious stuff." "Yeah, same with auditions, too. It's about luck, but luck is just having the talent and the practice, but being in front of the right person at the right time." "Exactly." I nod. "And when you're on a hot streak, it's such a high." "You ever have that moment when you know it's all about to come together?" Serena asks, tilting her head. "Standing in the spotlight, everything goes still and you can feel it in your bones." My eyes light up. I do. I may not perform in the spotlight, but I get the same feeling when I know I have the right hand. It's the best feeling. Serena smiles. You have to be brave to go do what you do every day, I say. I mean, getting out there and dancing? Not for me. I'm not a dancer. I'll take your word for it. Although if you throw enough money at it, I'm sure you could become one. That's how rich people work, right? That's a big thing I learned from 4 years at Juilliard. Not quite accurate, but... And if you'll excuse me, I have a few other things to do today apart from talking about a bet some rich people are making on some guy's wedding date. So you'll have to excuse me. It was nice talking to you. As she turns to leave, I raise my hand to make one more point. Just so you know, that offer to help was serious. She gives a thumbs up. I gesture to the bistro and yell, but I'm not sure she hears. I'll leave my card with Val at the bistro. I walk over to Dad, wondering how it all looked from where he was standing. So, did she go for it? Maybe. It's hard to tell. I give a shrug and he pats my arm. Let's hope. If body language is any indication, then I don't know either, Dad says with a smile. I laugh. But you look good together. Hopefully she thinks so too. We'll see. It's hard to say no to that kind of cash. But maybe harder to say yes to faking a relationship with a total stranger for 2 months. I'm gonna give a note to Val. I stop at a bench for a minute with my dad to write a quick note, attach my card, and we walk together to the bistro. I can see Val from outside, working at the host stand, wearing her frizzy red hair up in a bun. Hey, back so soon? Nah, as much as we'd like to stay longer. We have a favor to ask you if you can help. Oh God, what is it? Nothing bad, don't worry. It's me asking, not him. I point to my father, who snaps his head over. Nothing, Dad. Anyway, Val, you know that girl Serena who lives around here? Dancer, gorgeous, petite, black, dark hair, jogger. Yeah, of course. She's a real sweetheart. Yeah, she seems nice. Could you give her this? I hand her the note and business card so that she'd have to actually physically give it back to me to say no. This is for you. I hand her $1.20 as well. Thanks, Liam. Yeah, I can do it as long as it's not a bunch of pasted magazine letters. That takes too much work. I flash a smile and a look of alarm crosses her face. Kidding. So, could you? For a loyal customer. And if you have an envelope. Sure thing. You'll just owe me one. Of course. I look at Dad. So now we wait. Fingers crossed. We could use a win. Yes, we could.
Chapter 6. Serena. My feet pound the pavement of the streets, finishing my 2-mile run in just under 25 minutes. The scorching sun has me sweating, and I'm ready to lie down. I turn the corner to Moonlight Bistro, and the owner, Val Bautista, is outside waving frantically. Only when she yells my name do I realize I'm the target of her frenzy. Serena girl, I can't believe I caught you. Get over here. I slow to a stop, wiping sweat from my brow as she ushers me into the cool air of the cafe. The darkness comes as a relief, the air circulating as big fans swoop from the ceiling. What's up, Val? She looks like she's about to explode, rocking back and forth on her feet and waving an envelope. So this guy, Liam, I'm assuming you know him? Sort of. A little. I talked to him earlier. Wow, I just can't escape this man today. Well, he's pretty eager to know you, apparently. She's waving the envelope, and I might be too disoriented from my run to quite get her meaning. He asked me to give you this. I stuck it in an envelope for you. Okay. I take it with trepidation, as if it might have anthrax inside. Did he say what it was? A note? A business card? Open it, I want to see. My eyes get wide. I don't know. He wanted me to help him and his dad with something, this bet. It sounded a little crazy, but he was so cute you had to hear him out. Something like that. I peek inside the envelope, afraid to look. There's a note with 2 more crisp Benjamins. I blink and scan it over. Serena, wanted to thank you again for your time. Was a pleasure meeting you. I wanted to give you my card to be in touch about the arrangement. I hope you'll consider it. Looking forward to talking soon. Liam. What arrangement? Val wrinkles her brow. I shrug. Something to do with a bet about a date for his aunt's wedding, their competitive family, and he could help me with my dance career. That's about all I got. A bet? That totally sounds like the Fitzgeralds. I swear those people will turn anything into a bet. One time they bet each other over whether or not I sell more cheesecake or coffee cake. Really? Yep. William tried to slip me some cash to get me to lie and say it was coffee cake because that was his choice. But I value the integrity of my cheesecakes too much. They always have some kind of crazy scheme or bet going. So they've been coming here for a while then? Val nods. At least since I took over about 7 years ago. And they're trying to rope you into a family bet? Yeah, I tell her, looking at the note again. His handwriting is crisp and even. What are they like? They seem eccentric, like Bruce Wayne or something. Yeah, they do well for themselves. They seem so normal. Just a tight-knit, crazy competitive family. But then you'll get like $100 tip on a $50 meal. Wow. With that kind of money, you'd probably be comfortable asking anyone for anything, crazy or not. And when people are getting paid, they're probably reluctant to tell you anything you do is crazy. Yeah, they made a fortune in the eyewear business. Discovered some new technology to make glasses unbreakable. Fits vision. Oh, they have online stuff, right? And kiosks? Yeah, and they do a lot of philanthropy to give kids eyewear. There's this big gala on the Strip. I think I've seen that on social media. Yeah, and a big poker fundraiser. So if they want to help you out, I say let them. I pause, thinking. I'm not sure I want to be a part of this, though. He wants me to be in a fake relationship for like 2 months and go to all of these different events. Now that I'm describing it, it doesn't sound that bad. Sounds like something a fairy godmother might help with. What? All you have to do in return is fake date him? Girl, have you seen him? Val nudges me. I'd be his fake date even without getting paid for it. Yeah, he said he'd compensate me. I mean, he's already given me what I make at my cleaning job for a week. And he's like the perfect gentleman? She sighs. If I weren't 10 years older than him and if the dad weren't married, I'd have asked one of them out a long time ago. I purse my lips. So you think I should do it? Hell yes, you'd be crazy not to. And look how gorgeous he is. I mean, if you like the preppy, clean-cut, square-jawed, blue-eyed, handsome type, then maybe you might say that. Val grins at me. I see. What? You're afraid you'll want it to be real? No, it's just so weird. I don't know him. Is he a serial killer, serial dater, conspiracy theorist? Val cackles. No, he seems mostly normal. I mean, he's brought a few dates here before, and not many of them disappeared. No, I'm kidding. No girlfriend, but not like a new girl every week or anything. Seriously, though, does he, go out with other women often? I ask, trying to keep it casual, but there's an undeniable note of curiosity in my voice. Not that I'm aware. Val tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. That might be why his family is betting on his love life. I tap my fingers against my watch screen, a nervous habit, and try to think of any reason why I shouldn't do this. Excuse me? A customer clears their throat behind me. May I put my name on the list? Oops, sorry. I step aside. I'm not staying, go ahead. How may I help you? She asks. I wave, taking that as my cue to leave. Thanks for everything, Val. I appreciate it. Good luck, Val calls as I walk out the door and back into the heat. Glancing around, I half expect Liam to pop out, since he's shown up everywhere today. Once home, I jump into the shower for a quick rinse-off before putting on a loose sundress. I catch myself grabbing the card from the envelope, my mind drifting back to Liam without realizing it. I should at least text him, I mutter, right? Great. Now I'm talking to myself like a crazy person. Pulling out my phone, I start typing a message. Liam, this is Serena. I was thinking, maybe I should call him. Texting is so awkward. My fingers hover over the button. No, I shouldn't do this. I'm not that desperate for money, am I? Screw it. I made $500 today just by talking to him. I'm not above easy money. Hitting the call button, I listened to it ring for a moment, nerves growing. Hang up, hang up. Hello? Oh, hell. Hey, Liam, this is Serena. You know from earlier? I cringe, hating how awkward I sound. Hey, good to hear from you. What's up? Was his voice this deep in person? It sounds even sexier than I remember, with a little growl. I was thinking about your offer. I wanted to talk about it a little more before I commit to anything. Of course, Liam says swiftly. How's coffee tomorrow sound? I fidget as we hash out the details, already wondering what I'm going to wear and if it'll feel different talking to him than it did before. Okay, so tomorrow coffee, we'll talk about the details. Let me know if anything changes, Liam says, finalizing the details. Perfect. Be there or be square. Oh God, cringe. Stop talking. Liam chuckles. See you soon, Serena. Well, it could have gone better, but at least I didn't say anything truly embarrassing. Yet.
Chapter 7. Liam. The late afternoon sun casts a warm glow on the patio of the Moonlight Bistro, creating a subtle dance of light and shadow. I bring my hand up to shield my eyes, and that's when I see her silhouette. Serena's cascade of black curls forms a natural frame around her face. With both hands wrapped around her coffee mug, she looks up and catches sight of me. Hey, Liam! She sets her mug down and gives a small wave, and I take the seat across from her. Great to see you again, Serena. She has a warm smile and smooth skin, the color of the coffee with milk in her cup. Being around her is comforting. Have you been here long? I thought I'd get here early, but somehow that didn't happen. You can always give me a hundu for the inconvenience. She breaks the serious look on her face with a laugh. Just kidding. Joe, one of the servers from the bistro, comes out. Hey, Liam. You want your usual? Double espresso? Yeah, but let's double that. Long day. Joe nods. And how about you? You want more cafe latte, whole milk? Just water for now. Her voice sounds genuinely grateful, and it's endearing. Excellent. Be right back. Joe hurries off to the counter. I turn to focus my full attention on Serena, who looks stunning in the afternoon light. So, you got my card? Yeah. Val was waving me down like a traffic cop when I was coming back from running. She made certain. She's great. We've been coming here for years. You'll be pleased to know she thinks the same of you. Or at the very least, she doesn't think you and your dad are serial killers. She actually made you out to be charming, if you believe it. I'll have to give her a little thank you gift for that, too. Since you had her endorsement, I figured it was safe to hear you out, although she said your dad is a character. She's not wrong about that, and she puts up with him, so that's a credit to her. Thanks for the cash, by the way. She pulls it from her back pocket and snaps it. Coffee is on me today. I laugh. Sounds great. I like contributing to a good cause. Good thing you didn't order anything too extravagant. I would never. Believe it or not, my dad taught me manners. That remains to be seen. She scrunches up her nose in a way that's adorable. Actually, this whole crazy situation at its heart is about a good cause, and not the cause of helping me out, although I clearly like that aspect. Most of our bets are for charity. Serena takes a sip of her water. Most of your bets? How often do you do this? I smile and lean back. So, the first thing you have to know is my family is insanely competitive. I may be a professional poker player, but I have nothing on them. They bet on everything. And my dating life is fair game, apparently. I'm the only brother. Wow. Yeah, it's annoying. So, it comes from a good place to get my sisters to mind their own damn business. And my grandma, too. That's so crazy that your grandmother is a part of this. Yeah, she's the worst of them all. Grandma Rose. Okay, so, they're betting on your love life? Yeah, so they're all putting up girls as their picks for who I'll bring to my Aunt Jo's wedding. Your dad suddenly doesn't seem like the weirdest one in your family. How did you find out about the whole thing? Well, I can thank Dad for that, but I don't know if it was out of love or just wanting to win. He asked if I wanted in on some of the action. I'm happy to take money away at their expense when they think they're about to get money at mine. She nods slowly. I think it's starting to make a little more sense now. And you know what's nuts? She leans in close toward me, and her lavender smell is wonderful. Everything? Well, yes. She laughs, and her smile lights up her face. But what's crazy is it's starting to seem a little less insane now. Yeah, still insane, but you're the secret weapon. It's going to charity, so that makes it better, right? Yeah, we choose different ones to give to, but mostly it's for bragging rights anyway, and the winner also gets to choose how people's donations go through, like, in honor of the sore loser. Things like that. Your family is something else. How much is the donation? Everyone puts in $10,000, and almost all of it goes to charity. $7,500 to the charity, $2,500 to the bet wagerer. Just to have real skin in the game. There are other side bets, complicated things, but that's the gist of it. And that brings me to your compensation. Oh, we don't have to talk about that yet. 10 grand. Same as all the others. Her hazel eyes are wide open, staring in disbelief. I sometimes forget that $10,000 for most people is an enormous sum. For us, it's money to play with. And of course, we'd cover everything. Flights, dresses, hotels, food, everything. I don't know. I still have a lot of questions. I'm sure. It's a lot to take in. She looks pensively, her curls catching the fading sunlight. What makes you so certain that I'm the right girl? Well, first, you're gorgeous. She brushes her hair back and smiles, then looks down. And second, you're a performer. You know how to express things to other people in a convincing way. And then there's that special something. What do you mean? I don't know. Chemistry, believability, rapport. And I think we have that. You think? You tell me. I think we're both pretty charming, affable, and smart. Plus it sounds at least a little fun, right? You'll have a fun story afterward. It could be fun, I guess. It's just a party, right? I breathe a small sigh. A little more than that. My aunt really goes all out, especially when it comes to Beth, her partner. And there are a whole bunch of events where we'd really have to sell it. There's a week getaway to this resort in upstate New York, and then we'll do a few dates in town. We can plaster it on social media, that sort of thing, for Grandma and my sisters. Your grandma has social media? She posts on Facebook like 20 times a day. I'm tempted to say yes just to see who the hell all these people are. Go with that temptation. But no pressure. I do need your decision right now, though. I give a serious look, then laugh, and she laughs at the joke. No, take your time, but the week in the Catskills is next week. I'd have to let my cleaning job know and my dance studio where I teach. Let me know if you need help coming up with a cover story. We can get practice now to get things straight. She shakes her head. I know, I'll tell them there's a family emergency. They don't need to know it's not my own family. She's still thinking it over, but the amount she's laughing and asking questions makes me think she's just on the cusp of yes. Wait, though. Am I supposed to already be your girlfriend there? Or... Nah, we'd have to pretend to meet organically. Like at the resort, the first event where we're all together. My dad has said he'll make his pick soon, so they're still waiting. I pause for a moment. We'd have to come up with a backstory, though. Like, you want to be a lawyer who has a big case in the Northern District Court of the Catskills? I might be a performer, but I'm a dancer, not an actress. I don't know if I'd be any good at keeping my story straight. You were pretty convincing in the dog food role. I pause, thinking of a solution. You could be working there at the resort? That seems like it would create more questions than answers, I think. Hey, maybe I'm there for an audition for a show there, like seasonally, like Dirty Dancing. No one puts you in a corner. And then, apart from the audition there, the rest of your life is the same as it is now. Yeah, I don't need to keep it straight if we keep it simple. And maybe we run into each other, and I recognize you. Maybe from some dance review you were doing in Vegas. Or, if I'm being myself, maybe you recognize me from the neighborhood. Like, oh, you're that girl my father made a citizen's arrest with until you signed his dog food commercial autograph. Exactly. Let's do that one. And then there's just so much chemistry. We can't stop talking and gazing into each other's eyes all night. We lock eyes for a moment, hitting the nail on the head, then look away. Something like that. She's absolutely beautiful. Just from the movements with her hands, it's clear she has a dancer's grace. It won't be too much of a stretch to act like I'm besotted. Not that she needs to know that. Beautiful eyes, luscious lips, perfect hair, confident and unwilling to be someone she's not. That's sexy. Joe comes back to the table. Are you having dinner too? Do you want the bigger menus? Just the check, please, Joe, I say. He nods and walks off. And Serena, you're crazy if you think I'm letting you pay for me. No way. Well, obviously I'm crazy, but I still want to pay for this. No paying. For what you're doing, I'm still not paying you enough. And for all the time I'm asking for. Which reminds me, you around tomorrow? I have to check. Why? My parents want you to come. She gives me a questioning look. They invited us to their place for brunch. I mean, if you said yes, of course.
Chapter 8. Serena. Things move quickly after Liam and I meet for coffee. Liam suggested we go to his parents' house for brunch to discuss things further with his dad and mom. This is our one chance to ensure that we are all on the same page before we try to pull a fast one on his sisters and grandmother. Are you Miss Serena Thomas? I make eye contact with the gentleman driving the limo. Yes. I'm frozen as the suited man gets out and walks around to open the door for me. A limo. Yeah, sorry. 10 grand resorts and a limo. When Liam said he would send a car for me, this wasn't what I had in mind, but it's something I could get used to. The limo makes its way to the richest neighborhood I've ever seen. We turn into what I'm assuming is the drive, making our way through 2 gates, and when we round the corner, I see Liam standing outside his parents' mansion, holding a bouquet of roses. I can't help but appreciate the thoughtful gesture. He opens my door. Here. Liam hands me the flowers. With a smile on my face, I take in the aroma of the roses. These are beautiful. Aren't they? I want you to give them to my mom. We need to get you on her good side. My sisters have an advantage over you when it comes to her. A wave of disappointment runs through me. I thought they were for me. Liam opens the front door and he takes my hand to help me into the foyer. Gleaming marble floors stretch out to the living area, and tall windows like the walls show a beautiful view of the desert. I draw in a deep, overwhelming breath. You'll do great. Liam puts his hand on my shoulder. Just be yourself. As I head into the great room, William stands up, alongside an immaculately dressed petite blonde woman, who I assume is Liam's mother. Serena, it's good to see you again. This is Elvis. I bend down and pet the border collie who I remember from our first encounter with the bike. Yeah, Dad loves his dog. Liam pets Elvis. Serena, this is my mom, Elizabeth. Mom, this is Serena. She greets me with a nod, and I hand her the roses, putting on a confident smile. These are for you. It's so nice to meet you. Likewise. Elizabeth's hand is tiny, but her handshake is firm. I'll have someone put these in water. Would you like some tea? Tea would be wonderful if it's not too much trouble. I'll have Bettina get it for you when she takes the flowers. Don't worry, dear. Bettina, could you get these and make 4 cups of tea? Of course. The maid takes off with a nod. I take a seat between Liam and his dad, leaving me directly across from Elizabeth and the incredible windows. Shall we get started? As I'm sure you know by now, my family loves to compete. Elizabeth glances at her husband. I picked up on that just a little. I smile and look at Liam, who looks pleased. William knows I don't love him partaking in these games because of his heart, but he's determined to do it anyway. William grins at his wife, who shakes her head as if he's one more of her children. Come on, Elizabeth, have a little fun. Emma and Olivia always have a one-up on Liam. It's a twin thing. I had to get involved for our son's sake. All of us are laughing. Yeah, Mom. Have a little fun. Plus, there's no need to worry about anything. With Serena as my choice, Dad and I have this one in the bag. So where are we with the planning? William gleefully rubs his hands together. What's the cover story? The cover story is no cover story, Liam says, looking at me to continue. I'm going to be auditioning for a show at the resort, and I'll bump into Liam. But other than that, everything will be the same. I smile, starting to get into the idea of having fun with this. How long have you all been doing this? Since they were toddlers, Serena, Elizabeth says, always competing and betting. I swear I think Olivia has a scorecard somewhere for all of their contests. Except she's a cheater, so it's not accurate, Liam says quickly. I have the correct scorecard in my notes app. I raise my eyebrows. You didn't tell me that. What all have you guys bet on? Everything, William shouts. Who was potty trained first? Who vacuumed the house the fastest, best grades, SAT scores? I could go on, but we would be here all day. Then once school was done, we started betting on personal things, like dating, engagements, canceled engagements. Grandma Rose has done pretty well for herself the last few years. She thinks she has it in the bag with Megan, Liam says. I can't let my mom beat me that many times in a row, William says. Megan, I ask. She's her best friend's granddaughter. Megan and Liam knew each other growing up. William explains. I haven't seen the girl since we were kids. I think Grandma Rose hopes there will be a spark, and even if there is, it's not like that changes anything. I feel a twinge of jealousy, imagining Liam's attention on one of the other picks for him. I can't believe I'm starting to feel possessive already, especially because none of this is real. And who are Emma's and Olivia's picks? Elizabeth asks. For someone who doesn't like these competitions, she's certainly excited about them. Olivia is bringing Dana, her friend from college. We used to tease Liam about his crush on her, William says, and Liam is shooting him daggers. She was in the Peace Corps, Elizabeth adds. That's not intimidating at all. It'll just be fun to get Olivia's hopes up, make her think she has a chance, Liam says, holding up his hands in reassurance. No need to explain. I smile and tilt my head. And then there's Sadie, the nurse, Emma's friend, works at Sloan Kettering, Elizabeth says. Suddenly a wave of nervousness washes over me. Jealousy and a sense of territorial discomfort creep in the more I learn about these women. This is a bet, Serena. He's not your boyfriend. And what is it that you do, honey? Elizabeth sits up and leans toward me. I'm a dancer, classically trained. Serena went to Juilliard, Liam says proudly. Elizabeth nods and surveys me like she's just seeing me for the first time. She seems impressed. And she was in my favorite dog food commercial, William chimes in. That dog food commercial has been my saving grace somehow, I say. William looks over at the dog, whose ears are perked by the word treat. Sorry, Elvis, no, I don't have any treats. I'll get you one, though. Elvis wags his tail excitedly and follows William out of the room. Locking eyes with Liam, I find him smiling at me. A surge of electrifying anticipation courses through my veins. You think it'll be convincing? I ask no one in particular. Liam looks at me with concern. For who? I don't know. I'm a little nervous. Can I compete with these women who all sound pretty incredible? Liam gives me a laugh and he taps me on the arm. Serena, you're not competing with anyone. It's not a real competition. But even if it were, you've won. What are you worried about? I don't know for certain myself. And I'm not sure if being in Liam's presence is alleviating it or if looking at that handsome face just makes me more nervous. No matter what happens in this getaway, I think it'll be like nothing I've ever experienced before.
Chapter 9. Liam. I hand my keys to the valet, heading into the Wilder Wyndham Resort's main lodge a few hours before Serena is due. Welcome to Wilder. The desk clerk looks up with a smile, then with recognition. Oh, Mr. Fitzgerald, great to see you. We're regulars here at the resort, so Garrison recognizes me on sight. Great to see you too, Garrison. Ah, 2 suites reserved, I see. Oh wait, or is that your dad? Nope, that's me. Although you might want to double-check, because he might have a bunch booked too. It's a big Fitzgerald reunion. I drop my credit card on the counter with a smile. I lean against the marble counter, idly glancing around at the tan leather couches and blonde wood coffee tables. Would you like to check into both right now? Yes, please. I look around to make sure no one in my family is around, speaking in a whisper. The second is for Serena Thomas, but no one can know that we know each other. I slip him a few $100 bills for emphasis. Of course, Mr. Fitzgerald, Garrison says with a nod. You don't have to mention it twice. And can you have some fresh flowers put in Serena's room? Roses, if you can. Certainly. Someone can work on that now. Should I keep a key for her here at the desk? Yeah, just in case. But I'll probably come down and give it to her. Excellent. Enjoy your stay. Once I'm satisfied that everything is in place, I spend a moment sitting in the lounge, taking in the gorgeous view of the mountains. Someone calling my name pierces the silence. Liam! It's my mother, waving and holding Elvis's leash while my dad gets the attention of a porter to get a luggage cart. Grandma Rose comes walking over to me when she spots me. Mom heads to the desk to check in, and Grandma comes over to sit next to me. What a lovely view. She's barely holding back a smirk, and I wonder what she's up to. She catches sight of Emma first, before I do. Since they're twins, it's hard from this distance to be sure if it's her or Olivia, but I'm not bad at telling them apart. Hello, beautiful, Grandma Rose calls out, just to play it safe. When we see Ash, Emma's boyfriend, we know it's her. Since Ash and Emma met at a gala last year, he's followed her around like a puppy and she can't get enough of it. He's carrying all of her luggage. Hey, Em! I stand up to help Ash. I've got it. Ash waves his hand. Emma shakes her head. He wouldn't even let me help him. I keep offering. You shouldn't have to lift a finger, Ash tells her. How was your flight? Grandma Rose asks, giving her a kiss on both cheeks, then doing the same for Ash. Super quick. Easy coming in from Vegas. But I still managed to spill my mimosa all over the place. I use club soda, though, Grandma, so no stain. Good girl. Emma turns her head, scanning the lobby. So where is my big sister? Your twin, you mean? I don't know, aren't you conjoined? I say. Ash goes to check them in, and Emma sits beside me as Grandma Rose, Mom, and Dad go to their rooms. A few minutes later, Emma's perfect double comes through the doors. Olivia gives me a perfunctory wave, then runs over to Emma and locks her into a hug. I missed you so much. I missed you too. Emma looks up and gasps. Donna. Yep. Look who I brought, Liam. Olivia looks at me with an impish gleam as Dana comes up to us. Hello, Liam, Dana says, giving me a soft smile. Long time no see. Nice to see you again, as always. I haven't seen Dana since college when I had a raging crush on her. Olivia introduced us when she brought Dana to stay over winter break, and she and I realized we had a ton in common. 3D puzzles, 80s hip-hop, and U.S. history for starters. Maybe just to screw with Olivia, I should pretend to still hold a torch for her, to give her false hope that I'll go with her pick. But the reality is, I wouldn't be able to make it convincing. With Serena on the way, even Dana can't take my mind off of her. I see Dana, and I can't remember why I used to like her so much. So, what made you decide to bring a friend? I ask Olivia, making room on the couch for the 4 of us to sit together. Ash is still checking them in at the front desk. Aunt Jo offered to let me bring someone along. You know how much she loves a big party. Olivia can't contain her smirk. Oh, she's good. But I'm better. Emma looks past us at the front door, craning her neck. Oh, is Sadie here? Emma pushes up from the couch and all but throws herself at a redhead who walks into the lobby at that moment. Sadie, this is my family. Guys, this is Sadie Bell. She's the one I told you about. We met when I was working that charity event for the children's ward at the hospital. Nice to see you, Sadie, Olivia says, giving her a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. My radar goes off immediately. I love that they have no idea that I know what they're up to. I can hardly hold back the laughter that threatens to spill. Sadie loves nature and the outdoors, just like you, Liam, Emma says. I give both candidates a once-over along with my biggest smile. Sadie is petite, with curly auburn hair and brown eyes. She's got freckles across her pale cheeks and a curvy figure. Dana has cut her long blonde hair into a shoulder-length style and changed from casual hoodies to a polished, tailored look, wearing a silk blouse and dark pants. If it weren't for the fact that I am by nature a competitive bastard, I might have given either of the ladies a chance. Too bad for them that Serena already has the golden ticket. It's hard for anyone to come close to Serena's grace and sheer charisma. Plus, there's the fact that I'm finding I have more fun with her than just about anyone else, even people I've known forever. We all hug, then head off in our different directions throughout the resort. I'll see you guys for dinner. Yes, you will, Emma says, giving a pointed look. I watch them all giggling together as I go off to my suite. I'm going to wipe the floor with them this time. Dad and I have an ace in the hole, a guaranteed win. I grin and enter my suite, walking over to my suitcases to unpack. I hang up my suit jacket and contemplate my next move. I'm going to have to put on the show of a lifetime when I just happen to bump into Serena. It's only been a couple of days, but now that the plan is finally in motion, I'm surprised at how eager I am for her to get here. A ding alerts me to a text in the family group chat from Olivia. Olivia, Dana and I are in the lobby. Anyone want to meet up for a walk? I reply quickly. Me. Sorry, totally wiped, sis. Gonna take a quick nap before dinner. See you guys later, have fun. My phone dings with half a dozen texts in a row. Emma. Sadie and I will come. You should come too, Liam. Grandma. Yes, come and get some fresh air. Love, Grandma. Dad, we'll see you at dinner. Olivia. I haven't seen you in ages, Liam. Come tell me what you've been up to. Emma. Sadie said you were RLY cute, Lee. Grandma. Maybe you could at least walk for a few minutes with me. I would hate to miss out on any time with my favorite grandson. That last one makes me laugh. Grandma Rose is in perfect health. In fact, she's healthier than Dad. She'll probably outlive us all. Liam. Sorry, guys. With that, I set my phone to Do Not Disturb and finish unpacking, waiting until I'm certain the rest are gone before heading back down to the lobby to meet Serena. I coordinate to meet her in a tucked-away reading room rather than the open front lobby. It lowers the chances of being seen, and it also gives me a chance to get a little time to catch up with her. She arrives a few minutes after I sit down in the darkened wood library. I insist on taking her suitcase. I've got it, she insists. No, please, after you've done so much. Let me do a little. She agrees with a shrug and the dimples show from her smile. We sit for a moment on a banquette, and I give her the room key and other information about the place. You're all checked in already. You're staying in a suite in that building there. I point across the way, then show her on the map, and she nods. I start walking, figuring I'll take her luggage to the elevator. If anyone sees us, I'll say she looked like she needed help. I'd go up with you, but I'm not supposed to actually meet you until later, and that would look pretty forward. I'm sure I'll manage. Serena glances around at the resort. Her eyes linger on the view outside, visible even from the small dark study. This place is amazing. Isn't it? I stand with her for a moment. It'll be a fun setting for our covert operation. You ready to start? We just need a name for it, Serena says, thinking. I say the first thing that pops into my mind. Operation Royal Flush? I like it. Do we need to sync our watches? Serena asks, holding out her hand, which is actually sporting a watch. Want to run into each other just before 6 at the restaurant bar? That sounds good. And do we have anything to go over for our story? I'm still myself, but I'm here to audition for a review they're putting together. Serena rattles off some of the details as a reminder, and a grin blossoms over her face. And you're already in character. My family will have no idea what's coming. Do you? Not really. I smile mischievously, but I like surprises.
Chapter 10. Serena. When I make it to the room Liam booked for me, both my jaw and bags hit the floor. The distant mountains stand out against the horizon. I didn't think anything could beat the view from the lobby, but this takes the cake. There's also a vase of beautiful red roses on the desk, with a note, "For your troubles." Liam, I bring them to my nose and inhale. Like a spring day after a rain shower, I get into some comfy clothes and drop onto the bed. A nap is screaming my name. When I'm on the edge of sleep, the ding of my phone startles me. Liam, we are going to dinner at 6. I'll text you when we're leaving, just so we can calibrate the bump in. Serena. Perfect. See you in the hallway. I thought this was going to be easy. But now, my anxiety starts rising. What if I mess up? I have to bring my best acting skills. Tossing my hair into a sloppy bun, I pull some wisps out to make it look like I've been dancing all day. Then I add a small dab of eyeshadow and clear lip gloss. I slip into a pair of yoga pants and a cute top. Showtime. As the voices in the hallway grow louder, I see Liam amid a group of about 10, as my phone told me I would, with location sharing on. I recognize his mom, his dad with Elvis, and I'm pretty sure the identical ones are Emma and Olivia. As they draw closer, my gaze meets his. Our eyes remain locked. My smile widens, and my stomach flutters as he walks past me. I spy both women staring at me, then back at him before they resume talking. The temperature in my body rises. Liam and I stare for a moment. I know it's an instant, but it feels like slow motion. We wait for the exact right time for maximum impact, figuratively and literally, and we strike. Ah! Liam and I collide, as we'd planned, and I yell out, crashing to the floor with all of my dancer's training, making it look more painful when it's painless compared to an actual fall. The entire group breaks apart to see what happened, and the volume grows. Elvis is sniffing around, and I'm pretending to be distraught on my knees. Can't you watch where you're going? I huff. Liam's already on the floor helping me pick up all of my spilled items, trying not to snicker. We'll have to laugh about it later over a drink. Maybe over the drink we get in the hotel bar in about 20 minutes, when we run into each other again. Liam, I can't believe you, one of his sisters says. Can you apologize? I roll my eyes, pretending to be shattered. I try not to make eye contact with William. I'm sorry. Can I do anything to make up for it? Are you hurt? Liam asks. I think I'll be fine. I'm a dancer, though, so I need to make sure of it. Just be more careful, I guess. Liam helps me up. You sure I can't do anything? I think you've done enough already, his grandmother says. Leave the poor girl alone. Sorry, he says, putting on his most pathetic, sheepish expression. I overhear his family chastising him as they walk away, and I'm silently cheering. That couldn't have gone better. I walk the opposite way to the end of the hallway, and once I'm sure they're no longer in the corridor, I walk in the direction I just came from to the hotel restaurant. I walk far more slowly than my usual pace to give them time to sit so that Liam and I can coordinate more easily without anyone seeing. I enter the crowded restaurant, darkened and buzzing, and I spot Liam and his family nestled in a cozy corner taking up several tables. Liam is on the end of one of them as planned, so he can get out easily to run into me again. "Come on, Liam, look up, look up." I saunter past, feeling like a shark, and then go up to the large oak bar to get a drink. I see Liam excuse himself to get up, and he wanders in my direction. "Well, fancy seeing you here," he says to me. I've ordered a drink, and on cue he knocks it down onto the floor. The tables nearby, including his family's, look up. "I'm so sorry again." "Let me get you another," he says to me, excessively loudly. "Or better yet, here, join my family for dinner. I'm Liam, and I insist." "No, that's fine. I don't want you to cause a third spill." "Please, I insist. It's the least I can do." I see his family talking amongst themselves, speculating about what's happening. His Aunt Jo presides, holding court. "Fine, I'll join you." I look irritated, and William gives a subtle thumbs up. I follow him to the table. "I'd like to introduce you to our new dining companion." "Oh gosh, I didn't even ask for your name. I'm Liam." "Serena, pleased to meet you." She'll be joining us to make up for my clumsy behavior. The bar hums with the sound of lively chatter and clinking glasses, and we all make introductions. Emma, Olivia, and Grandma Rose exchange uneasy glances. "I swear I've seen you before," William says to me. "Earlier in the hallway when your son so gracefully ran into me?" "No, something else." He pauses in pretend thought. "I know, that dog food commercial." I put my hands up. Guilty. "We have a celebrity at our table then," Olivia says. "I'm Olivia, and this is my twin, Emma." "Well, it's really nice to meet you all," I say. "Forgive me if I don't remember everyone's names." Liam laughs. "My name is the only one you need to remember." His sisters trade dirty looks. He's getting under their skin and loving every second of it. I'm loving every second of it. "What do you do, Liam?" I ask as I swivel my bar stool, aligning it with his. The subtle turn causes our knees to gently graze. "I play poker." "Professionally?" "Yeah, I love it. It can be stressful, but what job isn't? I'm a dancer in my day job, and I definitely will never get used to one audition after another. That's why I'm here. There's a show I'm trying out for." "Well, good luck to you. How long are you here for?" "A few days. They comped my stay as part of the tryout, so I get to be a woman of luxury. How about you?" "A few days, too. We're having a pre-celebration for my Aunt Jo's upcoming wedding. Maybe we'll see more of each other." "I'm enjoying what I'm seeing right now," I say, getting bolder in my faux flirtation. "Well, let's exchange info so we can plan the next time we run into each other." Emma and Olivia seem to be in serious discussion, whispering to themselves, and Liam seems extremely pleased. "Oh, look!" Grandma Rose stands up enthusiastically. "Megan, over here." A petite blonde hugs Liam's grandma and then gives Liam a big hug and kiss on the cheek. "I see you're looking more handsome than ever, Liam," Megan says, taking the seat right next to him. "And with that, all of the competition is here. May the best woman win."
Chapter 11. Liam. We're all settling up the bill, preparing to go to our different places in the hotel, when Megan points to her suitcase, elbowing Serena out of the way. "Liam, can you help me with my suitcase? It's been bothering me the whole trip." Megan points to the squeaky wheels, which make a grating sound when they connect with the floor. "Why don't you be a dear, Liam?" Grandma Rose insists. "Help her, will you?" "Of course. Which part of the hotel are you in?" "Just over in this tower." Serena looks longingly, and I shrug my shoulders a little apologetically. I can't snub any of the women outright, or else the ruse could be obvious. Megan's red-painted lips move upward into a megawatt smile. "You're my knight in shining armor." She thrusts the bag at me. "You have no idea how grateful I am. It's been one thing after another for me lately. It was so kind of you to invite me on this trip, Rose. Grandma Helen sends her regards." "Of course," Grandma says, patting her arm. "We're sorry Helen couldn't make it, but I'm glad you were able to come. Liam, why don't you leave the luggage with the front desk and show Megan around? Maybe they can bring it up to her room." I was going to walk Serena to her room. Another time, maybe? Oh, don't be rude, Liam, Grandma insists. At least help her. Before I can say anything, Serena swoops in. I can help with the luggage. The pasted-on smile never leaves Megan's face, but she glances at Grandma Rose with a look of uncertainty. We'll all help, Grandma offers. Liam, you take that rolling bag, and I'll carry the valise. So, Serena, you were telling me about an audition, right? I ask, grabbing the bag as instructed. Which one? There was one today. It was a little grueling. So you shouldn't have to do any more exertion, Megan adds. You don't need to take my luggage. Liam, I think, can handle it all, can't you? Might be good for you to rest a little, Serena, especially if you hurt yourself with your tumble earlier. Besides, I wanted to see if you'd like to join us for a hike tomorrow, I suggest. Serena clasps her hands together lightly. That sounds amazing. I'd love to go for a hike. The grounds are beautiful. I was thinking we could go to one of the further off ones, not on the resort grounds. They have shuttles that take you there. Even better. I'm in. Want to say 6? Get a good start on the day, I propose. Perfect. We part ways and I glance over to see Megan staring at us, a frown on her face. Hopefully she'll go cry to Grandma. Later, while I lounge in my room before bed, flipping through the TV, I hear a knock. It's Olivia standing there. Hey, Liam. I feel like I barely got to see you today. Do you have a sec? I'm about to go to bed, so I don't know. Can we talk tomorrow? I'm inching the door closed, mostly just to screw with her. She places her arm in the doorway, wedging it open wider. Just for a minute. I missed you. I sigh dramatically. Sure. She sits on the small sofa, making small talk about the trip for a few minutes. Then she gets to her real intention. So, what's going on with that girl? What girl? I played dumb. The one you crashed into, who you had join our table. What's up with that? Who, Serena? She seems nice. She's from Vegas, which is kind of a crazy coincidence. We're going on a hike tomorrow together. I think she's cute. She seems like she likes me. What do you think? Olivia tries to play it cool, but I can see the frown. I don't know. What about Dana, though? She said you looked hot, and I know how much you used to like her. Oh, that's nice. Dana's more like a sister to me now, though. I haven't thought about her in years, I say, waving my hand and internally smirking as I watch Olivia squirm. There's just something about Serena, though. But you barely know her, Olivia presses. Dana is a great girl. You should get to know her again. Did you know she did a stint in the Peace Corps? Yeah, I've always been impressed by that. I'm sure she has some crazy stories. But I don't know if she's my type. What's your type? I like someone more artistic, playful, less serious. Someone like... Let me guess. Someone like Serena? I shrug, pretending to try to be subtle about it, even though it's all a put-on. Pretty much. Yeah. Well, good luck with that. I'll let Dana know you say hi, though, okay? Maybe text her, too. If I have time for it, I'm getting tired. Me too, so I'll see you tomorrow. We hug goodbye and I sit back, a giant grin on my face. It doesn't take long for another knock to sound at the door. This time it's Emma, who doesn't even bother with pleasantries. She pushes her way past me and flops down on the sofa. I feel like I'm a psychologist with patients in and out all day, telling me their woes. What is up with that whole thing with Megan, huh? Emma asks, flipping her strawberry blonde hair over her shoulder. I thought Grandma Rose couldn't stand Helen's granddaughters, and she's throwing her in our faces. Oh, I don't know. Maybe she's trying to play matchmaker? I hold back a smile and Emma scrutinizes me. But I think I'm already into someone, actually. Oh. My sister looks up. Sadie, she's cute, right? No, not Sadie, I say, carefully watching her face. Serena, the girl I bumped into. Isn't she a stunner? Serena, you've known her for what, an hour? Emma sputters out. Sometimes it only takes a few minutes to know. I mean, I'm not suggesting I propose, I tell her. Oh, come on, don't be crazy. Look how many cute girls there are. Don't limit yourself to just one. She's the one I'm excited about. I'm going hiking with her tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes, I tell her. A hike? Well, maybe Sadie can join you, Emma suggests. You both like nature. Maybe you'll find out you have more in common on the hike. She all but sprints out of the room, and I'm left feeling like the cat who ate the canary. The girls are losing their minds over this, trying to retreat and re-strategize over this new development. I can't imagine what they're going to throw at me next, but I'm ready for it. Just as I'm starting to wind down, a third knock on my door reveals Grandma Rose. She shuffles inside, and I help her sit on the couch. Hello, dear. I'm so glad to see you settling in well. Your aunt is looking forward to the celebrations tomorrow. Glad to be here to celebrate her, I say. I'm glad she and Beth found each other. Speaking of, thank you for helping Megan tonight. It was so kind of you. Isn't she beautiful? She's grown into such a nice young lady. Oh yeah, she's nice. I'm sorry I wasn't more of a help. I was distracted. That girl I met, Serena, she and I were talking, and she's one of those people where you just never run out of things to talk about. Grandma's mouth turns down. Really? I thought you got along pretty well with Megan, though. Don't you like her? She's nice, but there's this chemistry with Serena, I tell her. I might be falling for her. Don't rush into anything, Grandma says, reaching over to pat my hand. You should play the field and get to know your options before settling down. Maybe the right girl is under your nose and you don't even know it. I don't know. I shake my head. Serena and I just had this instant connection, you know? Grandma looks like she's bitten into a sour lemon, but she composes herself and smiles at me with a shrug. Just be careful, okay? I'll see you tomorrow, dear. I'm so glad to see you. I need to get to sleep soon, though. Good night, my love. She leaves and I climb into bed, grinning to myself. I can practically taste the victory, and it is so sweet. It doesn't hurt that Serena truly is every bit as beautiful as I've been describing. This will no doubt be one of the easiest wins I've ever had, with any luck, and getting one over on my sisters and my grandmother is a nice bonus.
Chapter 12. Serena. I text my sister Ariana first thing the next morning. Going on a hike in the woods. If I don't come back, you know where I am, LOL. She must be awake because she texts back right away. Where are you going and who are you going with? Is this safe? Relax, I told you about the guy I'm seeing. He invited me to hike with him while we're away with his family this weekend. Remember? Oh yeah, have fun, but be careful, use protection. It's not that kind of hike, Ariana. I throw my phone on the bed, shaking my head as I go to brush my teeth. Once I'm done, I head down to the lobby where I'm supposed to meet up with Liam. Even though it's all an act, I can't deny that I'm attracted to him. Butterflies float around inside my stomach every time we talk, and flirting with him comes way too easily. Fixing my curls into a ponytail, I remind myself that I have no claim on Liam. He's my business partner for all intents and purposes, but woo, he's nice to look at. Unfortunately, professionalism escapes my brain the moment he shows up, holding 2 cups of steaming coffee and looking entirely too good for 6 a.m. You ready? He's dressed in a black pullover and charcoal gray joggers, showing off a toned body that rivals the Greek gods of legend. Oh, you're going hiking? A redhead comes down the stairs to the left of the front desk, dressed in a jacket and yoga pants. I was thinking of heading out too. Oh, hi, Sadie, Liam says. Serena, you remember Sadie from last night? My sister's friend? I take the woman in, eyeing her up and down. She's got curly red hair like some kind of vintage pin-up model come to life. I just wanted to get out and enjoy nature, Sadie says, a warm smile on her face. I haven't been on a vacation in a while. I work as a nurse and I'm always busy. So when the opportunity came up, I knew I had to take it. Her bubbly voice makes me want to cover my ears, but I smile politely. So you're coming? Liam asks. Yep, great minds think alike. The two of us make our way out to the front where a Land Rover waits to take us to the trailhead. Sadie follows behind, casually maneuvering so she's seated next to Liam in the back at first. Liam moves one row ahead to join me, spoiling Sadie's plans. Thanks for coming with me, Serena, he says, reaching out to grab my hand. I can't wait to spend the day with you, getting to know you. I feel like I already know you, but I want to know everything. Tell me more about yourself. It's hard to hold back the laughter that threatens to erupt. He sounds so over the top. It's clear he's putting on a show, maybe hoping Sadie will report back to his sister Emma. I love hiking, I tell him. It's one of my favorite activities. Me too, Sadie chimes in. I try to go hiking as often as I can. It's a great way to stay in shape. Well, clearly whatever you're doing works for that, I tell him, and I hear Sadie give a snort of air. I'm a pediatric nurse, but I'm a yoga instructor on the side, so I stay in shape too, Sadie retorts. My cheeks heat up, but I force myself to smile. Liam isn't my boyfriend, and if Sadie wants to talk to him, she has every right, no matter how badly I want to tell her to shut up. Liam turns to me. So you both work with kids. I bet you find that really fulfilling. It truly is, Sadie says, clapping her hands. I don't think she's picking up on the fact that he's talking to me too. Or if she is, she doesn't care. I love children. They need adults like us in their lives, ones who truly care about them. I feign politeness and smile wider. It's awesome that you're a nurse. You're like a superhero. Sadie giggles. Thank you, I try, but really, it's the children who are the heroes. I know Sadie is just doing her part to woo Liam, but I want to roll my eyes. If she's really like this, she's practically Glinda the Good Witch, and Mother Teresa all rolled into one bubbly, bouncy package. The Land Rover pulls into the parking lot at the trailhead, and we pile out. Serena and I are going on that trail, Liam says, pointing to the map. We'll catch you later. Oh, I'm going with you guys, Sadie says, a grin on her face. I was looking forward to this trail when I came on the trip. Liam slips his hand into mine. We're going to try to jog the trail, Liam yells back to Sadie, which is news to me. Let's hope I can keep up. He pulls me towards the trail and we start at a brisk pace. After a while, once Sadie is safely out of sight, we slow to a walk. The hike isn't too intense, but there are some tough spots. Liam helps me up the steeper parts. I can't stop staring at him. His body seems to be sculpted by an artist with lean muscles in his torso and arms. I catch a glimpse of a smile on his face. It's a subtle, warm look that sends my heart fluttering in my chest. We stop for a moment, standing together on a ledge. Look at this scenery, he says, a muscled arm pointing towards the mountains in the distance. It's a great view, I say, eyes on the corded muscles peeking out from where he's pushed up his jacket sleeves. I never get to share this kind of thing with anyone. I'm glad you came along, even though you didn't have to. I can handle a little morning hike. Besides, what's the point in fooling your family if we don't actually have fun while we're doing it? Liam wipes his brow and takes a drink of his water. That's true. That's what you pay me for, I say, then immediately cringe at myself. I take a sip of my water to cover my embarrassment. I start forward. Ready to keep going? Sadie somehow catches up, breaking the silence. There you are. I was looking for you guys everywhere. I saw this really cool rock a few 100 meters back or so. It reminded me of a dog. You like dogs, right, Liam? Your sister mentioned that you take your dad's dog on hikes with you all the time. Yeah, I love dogs, Liam says when she pauses to take a breath. Did I tell you about Elvis, Serena? You started to. Tell me more about him. And so it goes, back and forth. Every time Sadie tries to wriggle into the conversation, Liam directs his comments and questions back to me. Wow, that mountain is so tall. Sadie points across the way. I should tell you about the time I hiked up Pikes Peak on a bet, Liam tells me. Emma and Olivia bet me I couldn't, so of course I had to take the challenge. I prepped for weeks, thinking they were going to go with me at least to the base camp to prove that I did it. You know what they did instead? What? I ask, leaning against him as we rest for a moment. He's so warm next to me. They came along in Emma's car, drove the path, taunting me the whole way. I made it to the top and then made them drive me back down, but I still won. I laugh, enjoying the visual image of the camaraderie between the three siblings. You seem close to your sisters. They're a huge part of my life, he agrees. Sisters might drive you nuts, but I couldn't imagine growing up without mine, I say. I have one sister, Ariana, and she has a daughter, Melissa, my niece. Melissa is 7 and one of my favorite people in the world. Liam listens to me speak, his eyes completely focused on mine. It gives me a thrill to have his full attention like this. It's way too easy to imagine him as my boyfriend. I have a niece, Sadie speaks up. I love her to pieces. I groan internally, the moment between us ruined once again. I'd better get used to this, though. It's not going to end anytime soon, considering how competitive his sisters are.
Chapter 13. Liam. Once I'm done getting changed after the hike, I head down to the pool deck where my sisters are already lying in wait. It'll be prime bonding time between me and Serena in front of our intended audience, the Fitzgerald family. Liam, come sit with me. Olivia waves me over to where she's claimed a lounger by the pool. I saved you a seat. I've got some sunscreen for you, Liam, Emma calls from her own chair a few feet away. I brought extra. Thanks, I say, sauntering over. My mouth quirks upward. My family's been laying it on thick, trying to get me alone at every moment today, thinking they're not obvious. It's too bad that they don't know they've already lost. I sit between Emma and Olivia, laying out my towel and easing myself into the memory foam-padded lounge chair. The deck is full of vacationers lounging with drinks from the pool bar. Where's Mom and Dad? I ask. Emma speaks up. They're having a late brunch with Aunt Jo and Beth. Oh, and Grandma is supposed to be coming down in a little while. You were up early this morning on a hike, weren't you? Olivia asks, lowering her polka dot sunglasses to peer at me. I was, I say with a laugh as I lean back on the lounge. It was beautiful. I heard Sadie mention she was going on a hike this morning too, Emma says, rubbing suntan lotion on her shoulders. Did you two go together? Olivia whips her head around quickly and the two of them share a look. She tagged along. I shrug. But I went with Serena. You don't say. Emma taps her chin. Did you get a chance to spend any time with Sadie on the hike? She's big into outdoorsy stuff, like you. Did you know she did a half marathon last year? Interesting. That never came up. I spent most of the time talking to Serena and getting to know her. She's an incredible person. Olivia scoffs. Don't you think that's a little fast? It was just a hike, I tell them, enjoying the unease on their faces. We just hiked up the mountain trail. That's all. Though we did get caught in a weird flash rainstorm. It drenched us and we had to run like crazy people. We got soaked, but lucky for us, Serena spotted a cave randomly, so we hid there for a little. Sadie told me she got soaked, Emma says, casually checking her phone. And she slipped. A slightly twisted ankle, poor thing. Serena ran and helped her up. I sigh and paste a dreamy smile on my face, leaving out the part where Sadie practically clung onto me for dear life, gushing about how I was her knight in shining hiking boots. I continue on with my story. Serena is used to treating ankles as a dancer, so she wrapped her ankle while I called for some help. Is Sadie okay? Olivia asks, concern etched across her features. Emma also looks pale at the news. She's fine, Emma says. She's resting right now. She got an ice pack, and the resort medic told her to stay off her foot for the day. The corners of Olivia's mouth tighten. I'll go check on her later. Poor thing. Grandma Rose shuffles into the pool area at that moment with Megan, who is assisting her. Hello, Liam. Megan and I were just coming to sit by the pool together. Megan helps her to a chair and then stands, sashaying over to where we're all sitting. "Hello, Liam. How was your morning?" "I was just telling my sisters about my hike with Serena. You met her?" Megan gives me a tight-lipped smile. "I remember. A bellhop in a pinch." "She's got many talents," I agree. "Oh, look, there she is now." I point as the woman comes out of the lobby carrying her towel. Standing up, I stride over to greet her, watching as my sisters immediately start whispering to each other. As I approach, she stands on her toes to kiss me on the cheek, in full view of my family. "Come sit with me at the pool," I say, making sure to take her towel and place it on the chair next to me before Megan can claim it. "So considerate," Serena remarks as we walk over, patting my arm. "I was just going to read my book." She holds up a worn copy of Pride and Prejudice. "That's a great book. Before you relax, would you like to go to the pool bar with me and grab a drink?" "Oh, yeah. I would love something with a little umbrella." We walk over arm in arm and lean against the wooden bar top to order our drinks. Bending our heads together, Serena and I order our drinks. She gives a glance behind her, then turns back to whisper to me that Emma is frantically texting someone. "Probably Sadie to give her the latest," I say. "I know it's driving Emma nuts that I spent all that time with you on the hike instead of her friend." I lift my Jack and Coke to my lips to take a sip. The burn feels good, and I swirl the glass around, listening to the ice clink. "You're going to make them all spontaneously combust," Serena says, giggling as she sips her rum and Coke. "I think your sister Emma is trying to turn her eyes into lasers and make me explode." I laugh. "I would love to be a fly on the wall when she goes to rant to Ash about this." "What's the deal with him?" Serena asks. "He's so quiet, and he just follows her everywhere and does whatever she asks." "Oh, God. Yeah, Ash and Emma have a unique relationship. It works for them, though. They seem to adore each other." I shrug and take another sip. "What about Olivia? Is she with anyone?" "Her work keeps her busy. She's a wedding planner and a total workaholic. She loves that, though. She was always super organized. She probably has a folder with laminated sheets detailing every bet we've made as a family. I love it. The family betting album. God. And Emma has probably taken all the photos for it," I add. "She's into modeling and photography, so she takes all our family photos." "Your sisters are real characters," Serena comments. "When they're not betting on my love life, they're fun. Sometimes I miss when all of us were under one roof as a family. But then I remember how competitive it got." "That bad?" "We competed over everything. Grades, friends, school fundraisers. My parents encouraged healthy competition, but reined us in when things went too far." Serena reaches out to take her next drink, our arms brushing. A frisson of electricity sparks under my skin from where we touch. "Are you ready to put on another show?" I ask, offering my arm again. Serena takes it. "Hey," I say, approaching my family. "Serena and I are planning on going out to town tonight after dinner. Don't bother waiting up." Emma's and Olivia's eyes widen at the same time, glued to the woman by my side. "Don't forget to go to bed early," Grandma Rose says, a frown on her face. "Your aunt has things planned for tomorrow. We don't want to miss out. This is her celebration weekend after all." "Hey, don't you worry, Grandma. I'll be there bright and early, after I take Serena to watch the sunrise." Grandma raises an eyebrow. "Just be careful, and don't make Aunt Jo feel second." "She seems to be enjoying herself no matter what," I point out. "She and Beth were out dancing all night last night." "Still," Grandma says, "you're in high demand. You want to please all your fans, including your grandma who loves you. I don't know how long I might have left, you know." "Oh, Grandma, you'll outlast us all. But I'll see you in the morning. You know you're my best girl, right?" "Liar. But I love you anyway, sweet boy. I'd never lie to you, Grandma. Just like you'd never lie to me, right?" She looks uneasy. "Right. I'm afraid if I look at Serena, I'll burst out laughing. Anyway, We're going to get ready for our night out. We'll see you later.
Chapter 14. Serena. As the weekend unfolds, Liam arranges a series of romantic outings for the two of us, whisking me away for a sunrise picnic, an afternoon of pickleball, a steam in the saunas, and a candlelight dinner in a cozy corner of the restaurant. It's all for show, of course. Every moment is calculated either for social media posts or for his family to see. Just enjoying the sunrise out here. The view is beautiful, of course. Liam posts this caption on a photo of me, taken from behind, as I watch the sunrise from our picnic blanket. I pretend to trip on our way to the restaurant where his family is gathering for their evening reservation. "Oh, I've got you!" Liam swoops in, catching me. Although it's make-believe, my stomach can't seem to get the memo, sending up a flurry of butterflies every time we touch. Whenever we're alone, it feels so easy to talk to him. "You were right to quit working at the preschool," Liam says. "We've been discussing my time in Detroit before moving to Vegas. Your boss was never going to give you the movement coordinator role." I always regretted leaving the way I did, I admit, so it's nice to hear someone else say I was right to walk away. "It's important to go after what you want." Liam reaches out, squeezing my hand. My heart beats faster in my chest, and I feel tingly where we touch. "Just like this bet. I'm in it to win it." My stomach drops, a harsh reminder that we're only putting on a show. No matter how good it feels to be around him, I know it's not me that Liam cares about. He's only playing the part of a doting partner for his family's sake. "Right." I smile, though it doesn't quite reach my eyes. The next morning, Liam shows up at my door with a bouquet of wildflowers. "I picked them for you," he says, handing me the bouquet. My mouth drops open. "Holy, wow, thank you." I take them and grab a cup from the kitchenette, placing them inside. "They're beautiful." "Would you like to come with me on a walk? We can take Elvis with us. Dad will probably be thrilled that Elvis is getting some exercise, although he's having a ball at the resort kennel all day. It's got more amenities than the human part of the hotel." Liam offers his arm and I take it, a swooping sensation rising in my belly, like the drop on a roller coaster. The sensation of his arm against mine lingers, and I fight the urge to entwine my hand in his. As we approach their place, Elvis greets us with a few happy tail wags, sniffing around my feet. "Hello, little guy." I bend down, scratching him behind the ears. "You're going on a walk with us today. Are you excited?" His whole body wriggles, tail wagging back and forth so hard I worry he'll start flying around like a helicopter. "Let's get your leash and we can go," Liam says, pushing the door open. Joe has rented the farmhouse, a 2-story, 4-bedroom property on the edge of the resort with enough space for the whole family to drop in. It's spacious, with cozy, mismatched furniture and a big fireplace in the middle of the living room. The sun streams in through the windows, making the wooden beams overhead glow with warm light. Rose emerges from the back now, eyeing us as we get Elvis ready for his walk. The border collie jumps up and gives me an enthusiastic lick as I clip his leash on. "How are you this morning, Serena?" "I'm wonderful, thank you for asking." Liam greeted me with a bouquet of wildflowers this morning. He said he picked them himself. Isn't that so sweet? Rose studies us, a thoughtful gleam in her eye. "Quite romantic," she remarks. "Not like you to rise so early, Liam, especially after the day you had yesterday." I wanted to be able to show Serena everything there is here since it's such a beautiful place. He's thoughtful in so many small ways that it's hard to know where the act begins and ends. Last night, as my feet began to ache, he immediately noticed. Without a word, he bent down and helped me take off my heels, carrying them the rest of the way back to my suite. "Well, have fun," Grandma Rose says, tension in her smile. "But we're all going for a wine tasting tour this afternoon. You don't want to miss it." Liam smiles. "I'll try to make it, but I've signed Serena and myself up for horseback riding lessons after our walk with Elvis." Elvis wriggles, getting our attention, and gives a short bark. "I guess that's our cue to go," Liam adds. "See you later, Grandma." Liam holds Elvis's leash in one hand and mine in the other as we make our way outside. That was hilarious. I thought she was going to forbid me from going with you for a minute there. Elvis lets out another bark, sniffing around to find the perfect spot in the grass. Did you really sign us up for horseback lessons? I ask as Liam waits for Elvis to finish. He grins. I did. You mentioned you've never ridden a horse before, so I thought we could try it out together. My heart melts. That is so sweet. Thank you. We continue our walk, stopping again so Liam can snap a selfie of the two of us with Elvis, standing in front of a covered bridge. Hanging out with my two favorite people, he says as he types out the words, then chooses a filter and posts it on Instagram. As we head back to the farmhouse, I'm glowing at the idea of him thinking those words about me, whether they're genuine or not. A sense of guilt nags at me as we enter the house. It almost feels cruel to lie to these people. They're completely unaware of our pretense. Despite the bet, they've been kind to me. A thought lingers. Wouldn't it be better for Liam to just come clean? After Elvis is back with his parents, Liam whisks me away for a quiet breakfast. Shortly after, both his sisters arrive separately. Olivia enters the restaurant with Dana, sitting nearby and chatting loudly about Dana's fashion career. Emma enters with Ash, watching us like a hawk as she eats. Ignoring her gaze, Liam and I finish, then head off to prepare for our upcoming horseback ride. At the stables, Liam helps me onto my horse first. I'm so high off the ground, and I sit back in the saddle, trying to adjust. Liam smiles and climbs on his own horse as we wait for our instructor to lead the way. She rides up and we set off, exploring the forest and lake on horseback. It's exhilarating. You're really going all out for this bet, I tell him as we ride along together. He throws his head back, laughing. Yeah, we're kind of crazy like that. A few years ago, a family counselor suggested that, instead of paying each other, we put the money to charity to slow down the bets we kept making. My eyes widen. Did it work? Of course not. Instead, we all picked our own charities, and we've been sending our winnings there ever since. So what charity will your winnings go to? I ask. I picked Smile Train. They send medical staff and resources to less developed countries to provide corrective surgery for cleft-affected children. They also train doctors in those countries to continue to perform the work after they leave. That's amazing. It sounds like a worthy cause. I think so. Makes me even more determined to win. Can't you just give to the charity anyway? Of course. But then I wouldn't have bragging rights. A sudden rush of affection springs up inside me, in awe of the man next to me. There are so many hidden layers to Liam that I keep uncovering. Part of me wishes we could keep play-acting a fake relationship. No one would have to know that I'm starting to really fall for him. On the other hand, I know that I'm treading dangerous waters. If I'm not careful, I could lose myself entirely. I wish the weekend would end sooner so I can go home and be done with it. At least for now, since there's always another event around the corner. As we ride around the lake, the instructor's call breaks through the rhythmic sounds of hoofbeats. Ready to head back? She calls out. Very much, I think to myself. Yeah, let's go, I say out loud.
Chapter 15. Liam. After the chaos of the trip, with family around constantly and a new development every minute in the bet, the Moonlight Bistro feels like a library, especially since my parents and I are the only ones there this Monday morning. What can I get you? Val asks as she hugs my parents. Just coffee today for now. We had a busy weekend. Need a little pick-me-up? Elvis barks. You want coffee too, Elvis? Val bends down and pets him, then goes back to her pad. 3 coffees coming up. She disappears into the back of the restaurant. The weekend went better than I expected, Liam. You and Serena did a hell of a job. Your grandma and sisters must be squirming, my dad says giddily. William, can you contain your excitement? I can't help but worry this little charade will blow up in everyone's face. I don't want you to get all worked up for this to backfire. My mom's concern for everyone is admirable but unnecessary. Mom, how is it going to backfire? Serena is on board. We are on the same page, trust me. I know, Liam, my mom says. Just, you know me, always worrying. You spent way more time with her than you needed to. I mean, hikes, picnics, candlelit dinners. Was that all necessary? Probably not, but I wanted to. What if you get sick of each other? My mom asks as Val returns. 3 coffees, cream, and sugar on the side. Let me know if you need anything else. Val sets our coffees down. Thanks, Val. Oh, leave the kid alone, Elizabeth, Dad says. Everyone's on the same page. It was nice of Liam to take her out. Remember, she is doing us a favor. She's getting paid for this favor. Honey, you need to stop worrying so much. Liam and Serena will keep this up until the wedding, and then it'll be over. And victory will be sweet for all of us. My mom puts her face in her hands as my dad howls in laughter. That reminds me. Your sisters have invited Sadie and Dana to their birthday party in 2 weeks, which means it's likely that Grandma will invite Megan, Dad says. I suggest you ask Serena to come. I'm surprised at how excited I am to see Serena again, even though I just saw her for several days straight. I'll invite her, but I told her she'd only have to attend a few things. I can't keep springing events on her. He waves me off. She won't care. Who doesn't like parties? Besides, your sisters are doing this to set you up with their friends. How great will it be to show up hand in hand with her? You do make a point there. We finish our coffees, but I'm happily stuck on the idea of bringing Serena as my +1. I'll let them know when I meet them for lunch that I plan to ask Serena to come along. See what they say. Let me know how it goes, Dad says when we hug goodbye. I will. I realize on the drive to the bar that I'm thinking of Serena the whole way, whether it's replaying memories of the resort or thinking of things to tell my sisters. Maybe after we're done with the bet, I could take her on a date for real. I don't want to risk screwing up the bet now. Is that crazy? I enter the darkened restaurant on the strip, scanning for my sisters. Can I help you? The hostess asks me. Yes, I'm meeting my party. Fitzgerald for 3. Right this way. The corners of my lips turn up as I approach them, thinking about all the ways I can throw Serena in their face. I smile even bigger thinking about what I'll tell Serena afterward. Hey, ladies. Emma and Olivia stand to greet me with hugs. Have you been here long? Only 10 minutes. We ordered some appetizers, but figured we'd wait for you to order more. Great. As soon as I sit, Emma doesn't waste any time prying into my personal life. So, how are things with you and what's her name? I can see the worry on her face. It matches Olivia's. They hate losing as much as I do, and knowing they'll lose makes this entertaining. After the waiter comes to take our order, I waste no time. You know her name is Serena, and what's up is I like her a lot. You barely know her. It's too soon to like her that much. Emma is visibly annoyed. The heart wants what it wants, I guess. Both roll their eyes. She's so different from the other women I've dated. We just have a connection. I thought you guys would be happy for me. Calamari and spinach artichoke dip, the server says as he sets down the appetizers. After we order lunch, the girls don't skip a beat. I thought you liked Dana, Olivia says hostilely. Olivia, that was years ago. She grunts, annoyed that she isn't getting the answer she wants. Well, she'll be at our birthday party, so you should catch up with her. Have you talked with her since the trip? You never know. Maybe that spark is still there. Sadie is going to be there too, Emma chimes in. She's a pediatric oncology nurse. I know, Emma. You mentioned that a dozen times last weekend. But yeah, that has to be a hard job. I couldn't imagine treating children with cancer every day. As noble as her job is, does Emma think that will make me hot and bothered for her? Visibly annoyed, Emma talks Sadie up until our food arrives. Then I drop the bombshell. I'm asking Serena to the party so you'll be able to get to know her better. They look at each other and then back at me. Really? Aren't you afraid that if you see her too much, she'll get sick of you? Olivia asks. I haven't gotten sick of you, even though I see you all the time. That makes one of us, Emma says. They both talk up their friends the rest of lunch, but I manage to bring up Serena at every opportunity possible, to their visible annoyance. The speechless look on their faces the whole time gives me a chuckle, and I can't wait to text Serena about it after we leave. Screw it, actually. I can tell her over dinner. I give her a call. Hey, Liam, how are you? I'm good. Question, what are you doing tonight? Well, I was going to practice some dance. Want to get dinner instead? 2 hours later, I pull up to Serena's place, and before I can go to her door, she appears in a baggy sweater tucked into a pair of leggings with ankle boots. She's stunning. Hey, you look great, I tell her. Ready for dinner? Yes. I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day. Well, let's fix that. Our conversation flows effortlessly, and as hard as I try, I can't help but be captivated by Serena's wit and charm. The last thing I want to do is interrupt the flow, but I have to get it out of the way. Olivia and Emma have a birthday coming up, and I would love it if you would be my date. Is this for the bet? Or do you actually want me to go with you? She says flirtatiously. It's for the bet. We did so well over the weekend. Bringing you to their party will drive them crazy. It'll be fun. I'll give you all the details. Sounds like a good time. We'll have to talk about how we can outdo ourselves. I wonder how she'd feel about making out the whole time and not talking to anyone else. For the bet, of course.
Chapter 16, Serena. In the last few weeks, I've spent more time with Liam than I have at my 2 jobs. Each time with him is more fun than the last. It would be one of the best relationships I've ever had. At least, if it were actually a relationship. For a fake relationship, it couldn't be going much better. We've been on lunch dates, coffee dates, and shopping trips to the most exclusive places in town to make sure that his family has seen us together. He takes me to an Arab tea house that feels like a royal palace, and he makes me feel like a princess. Rich drapery, intoxicating incense, dark woods, arches, and patterns. The effect is one of the most stunning rooms I have ever seen, and it all but takes my breath away. This place, the ambiance is everything. I say once we're seated at a dark wood antique table with steaming mugs in front of us. And the best part is the twins' good friend, Kristen. Her parents own this place. We'll be sure to see them. I'm disappointed that it wasn't just to show me his favorite spots, but that's part of the deal. He whispers directly into my ear, and it sends ripples over my skin. So, on my cue, we'll have a little PDA if you're up for it. He kisses me on the cheek, but it's so sensuous, it feels like we've gone to second base. I want to go even further. His lips graze my neck, and I wish we were alone so I could see what kissing him is really like. We're only acting. We're only acting. The words pummel my throat, but the rate at which they vibrate makes me unsure. I summon up all my acting capabilities. Even I am surprised by the sparkling laugh that rings from inside me. Finally, when we've had more aromatic blends than should be legal, we leave and hop into the car. He's right next to me, way too close for comfort again. I gulp as his arm snakes around my waist. Next, we'll get lunch in one of the casinos. But then it's shopping for the party. We're going to get you an incredible dress to make tongues wag at the twins' birthday. There's only one tongue I want, and it's his. I don't know how much longer I can conceal how attracted to him I am. He gets an ultra-hip suit, and I feel like a model in a photo shoot just being near him. He goes with me, choosing a number of gowns and mini dresses to pick from. I can't decide, I tell him, coming out of the dressing room in a dark red skin-tight gown with a deep slit. Then get them all. You'll have a lot of places to wear them to, and if we run out, we'll make more. He spends the next week taking me out to eat every single day. 4 days later, he picks me up after work and whisks me away to Magato's, a sushi bar I've dreamed of going to for years. Are you a mind reader? I ask him after we sit down next to each other in the booth. We're separated by only the smallest of small spaces between our shoulders. You were in the mood for sushi? I'm always in the mood for sushi. But this place, I watched them refurbish it. There was a bookstore before, and from the time it opened, all I wanted was to come and eat here. I've spent way too much time reading the reviews and imagining it was me experiencing it. I can't read his face. He isn't even looking at me. His arms are folded on the table, and he has a faraway look. I guess that's my superpower, he says with an aloof smile. Later, when our food arrives, I spend too much time admiring his mastery of chopsticks. How is Operation Royal Flush going on your end of things? I ask in an attempt to keep my eyeballs from ogling his fingers. He follows his bite of sushi with a sip of water. Pretty good. Word of us together is getting around. We've been spotted by all the right people so far, but the big thing is the birthday weekend. And after that, there's a big bonfire party Aunt Jo is having. The birthday of the century. Until their next birthday. And it won't hurt if we go to a few other places they'll actually be. Do you have any in mind? I cock my head towards him. Yep, but it's happening a few days from now, and I don't want to ruin the surprise. 3 days later, I'm fussing over my hair when a surprise package arrives. He said he'd send it, but wouldn't tell me what it was. I peel the wrapping off the long, low box on my bed. I lift the lid tentatively. Wear this tonight. I read the dark print on the white card inside the box. The card sits atop a black garment bag. A rush of wind blasts through my chest and renders me motionless. No, he didn't. My breath is bated as my fingers slowly move the zipper. It reveals a deep mauve, mermaid gown with silver strappy heels and diamond ball studs. He did. The whisper falls out of my already agape mouth. My phone beeps, and I realize there's barely enough time to get myself together. Did you get it? Reads his message. See you at 6. It is so beautiful, Liam. Thank you. The text doesn't even begin to grasp how much this gift has affected me. Maybe I imagine it, but I'm pretty sure he freezes when he meets me at the door later. His mouth parts slightly. His eyes grow a bit, and his greeting evaporates before it reaches the air. You look incredible, he says after a shake of his head, almost as if he needed the shake to recalibrate his mind. Thank you. I respond with my arms stiff by my side. He puts an arm around me, and I feel as if I should conceal how happy I am about it. Cirque du Soleil's new show, I almost bark when we arrive. I heard these tickets were impossible to get. I thought you might like it. Not impossible. Not for you. Plus, I have it on good authority that a certain pair of twins will be here tonight, too. Of course. Even knowing it's for his sister's benefit, it feels like a fairy tale. At the end of the night, when we're once again in his car, he reaches into the back seat and hands me 2 more gift boxes. Open them now. I want to see your reaction. Liam. No refusing gifts. They are part of the deal. My heart races as my fingers rip at the wrapping paper and then open both boxes. Perfume. I pull out a bottle and take a whiff. It's divine. I inhale, the scent reminding me of a fresh oven full of vanilla pastries. I ignore the other bottle and pull out the bathing suits. 2 one-pieces and a bikini. For the birthday weekend? Trust me, it isn't too much. I know my sisters and their crew. To go with all the dresses we got. And you can take them back if you don't like it. This is so thoughtful. Thank you. I love them all. Once again, the words seem insufficient. More than that, I wish his actions were from a genuine place. And a big part of me wants to hug him to show him how much this means to me. How much more of this blurring of the lines can I take and we'll be able to keep up the act at the birthday weekend?
Chapter 17. Liam. Something changes after I lean forward, cup her chin, and ask her to laugh like I'm her high school crush. My fingers get a mind of their own and almost refuse to let go of her chin. Her intoxicating scent wafts through my nose as I pull back, but then her mouth opens and she giggles. All I want to do is kiss her, long and hard. No, that's not all I want to do. It's just the beginning. I see the owner of the restaurant we chose for today's brunch out of the corner of my eye, who looks on approvingly. Liam Fitzgerald, I thought that was you. Mrs. Marr, it's so good to see you. How is Patricia doing? She's good. She told me you've been seeing someone new. It's nice to meet you, dear. This is Serena. Serena, this is Mrs. Marr. She's known my sisters for a long time. And this one. He's always been my favorite, but don't tell. The older woman taps his shoulder. Anything you two want, just say the word. It's on me. It's imperative that everyone who is even remotely in my family's circle sees us together as often as is humanly possible. Or at least that's what I tell myself to justify seeing her so often. We also want to make it believable when we blow everyone away at the twins' birthday weekend in Tahoe. She's going to look incredible in the outfits we've bought, together and separately. I'm awestruck when she opens the door to our theater date. The dark mauve against her skin, the sparkling diamond earrings, and her curly updo stun me. I hold her hand into the venue and I feel an explosion of warmth just from the touch of her skin. I take her to restaurant openings and to brunch, and I rent a private plane for her to get flying lessons, something she's always wanted to do. Over the weekend, I take her to the country club, with an audience of one in mind. Grandma Rose goes with her best girlfriends every Sunday, first for breakfast in the restaurant, and then for 18 holes. Are we going golfing? Serena asks as we pull up to the gates. I don't know how to play. I mean, except for mini-golf, but this place looks awfully big just for that. No, just to the restaurant, although if you want to go swimming, we can. I didn't bring a suit, she says. I have some in the trunk from before, for both of us just in case. But we can also stroll the grounds. It's gorgeous here. I don't think I've ever been to a real country club. Really? It's not that exciting. That's why they have the gates to make you want to be let in. So why are we here? A very important person to impress. She raises an eyebrow as we park the car in front of the clubhouse. Oh, hello, Mr. Fitzgerald. Joining your grandmother for breakfast? Ah, I see, Serena says with a grin. We've spent so much time on the twins. I don't want Grandma to fall by the wayside, especially since we'll be seeing maybe a little too much of the twins at their Tahoe extravaganza. I take Serena by the arm to escort her in, eager to see the look on my grandmother's face when she catches sight of her. Are you sitting with your grandmother, Liam? The maitre d' asks. No, I'd like a table nearby, though. Perfect. I see your name right here. Follow me. I'm pleased to recognize more people in the club than just my grandmother and her table, because that makes it easier to have the information spread about how serious I am about this new woman. Liam, what a surprise. And nice to see you again. I'm sorry, dear. What was your name? Serena, Grandma. We all shake hands, and Grandma Rose introduces her to her golfing buddies. We take a seat at our own table, looking as though we'd shut out the world, but I'm paying close attention to Grandma Rose, who's craning her neck every few seconds. Serena and I are sitting next to each other, legs touching, sharing the same menu. I touch her face with my hand, and I pull her closer toward me. I look into her eyes, and I inch my face toward hers, kissing her. Her lips are warm and full, and I can feel the gasp in her throat. Her mouth opens wider, letting me in more, and I pull back slightly only so that we don't cause an entire scene in the country club by making out like teenagers. Most of the patrons are attempting not to look, with one exception. My grandmother's eyes are enormous, and her mouth is open practically as wide as mine. What was that for? Serena asks me. For fun. Don't you think so? Oh, very fun. Serena takes me by surprise and kisses me. So much fun. I think for a moment about the fun we'll have at the twins' birthday, with a room to ourselves at the Tahoe house. It still helps us make it believable even if no one's watching, right? That's what I'm telling myself at least as I sink further into the kiss.
Chapter 18. Serena. The kiss stays on my mind for days, inserting itself into my thoughts. It's also inserted itself into my dreams, apparently, because I woke up straight in the middle of a very sexy one involving me and Liam. Why did I have to wake up right when it was getting good? My head falls back onto the pillow. I close my eyes and use my imagination to replay the passionate fantasy. The sensations flow through the entirety of my body and tingle in all the right places. I pleasure myself before leaving the bed, imagining his body on mine, kissing him in those moments where I felt like all I would have to do was lean forward, and I'd be transported away to go even further. God, even in my imagination, it feels good. I knew it. I knew I was falling for him. My phone dings as soon as I sit up. Liam, damn it, no, it's a message from my sister. Call me. Hey, Ariana. Well, don't you sound chipper? Everything okay? How does she do that? I utter one word, yet my sister knew something wasn't right. Everything's fine, sort of, no. Ugh, I don't know. Let me guess, Liam. I just had a sex dream about him, and I liked it. My cheeks get hot as I get into more detail. We were kissing like we did a few days ago, and we couldn't stop. Clothes came off. There was sweat, moans, chills, everything. Then I woke up. Maybe a little TMI, but that's okay. What's so wrong with that dream? Nothing is wrong with the dream. It's how I feel now. I like Liam. Like him, Ariana. I keep telling myself it's nothing. I mean, 10 grand is a lot of money. I head to the kitchen and put on a pot of coffee. What would be so wrong if you did like him? After Sean, I vowed never to date someone with money again. It'll never work out. And besides, it's so risky. Like, we did this for a bet, for something practical, and I look like an idiot if I look like I think it's all been real. Or worse, like I'm tricking him into it. Well, first, Serena, not every man with money is like Sean. I guess she's right. Look at how different Ariana and I are. Poor people are definitely different. And second, people get feelings for each other even when they're not supposed to. There are no rules about this stuff, Serena. I guess. It's hard not to fall for him. You should see the way he treats servers when we go out to eat, or the way he remembers all the details of everything I tell him. Not to mention he picks up after himself and isn't a slob like most men. You're not making a case for yourself here. Liam sounds great. He is. We never run out of things to talk about when we are together. Our dates are always fun, and why is this happening? I still don't see the problem. You're getting paid 10 grand to hang out with a hot guy, go on lavish dates, and attend parties that I assume are catered, and set up with an open bar. I'm sorry, is your Rolex too tight? I know, it's stupid, but still, something about it feels like getting swept up in a fantasy that's just for show. You know how rich people are with their possessions, careless. And maybe I'm just another possession, you know? Who knows what his intentions are? Why don't you just talk to him, Serena? Maybe he feels the same way you do. You never know. No, I mean maybe, but not until after the bet is over, because how awkward would that be? I like you. Do you like me? No. Oh, okay, let's go back to our perfectly normal little bet then. I don't know anything for sure, but his family is competitive, and I'm confident this fantastic treatment is all for his family's bet. Doesn't mean it couldn't have turned into more for him. He's picking me up soon, and we're heading to the place in Tahoe for the weekend for the twins' birthday party. Maybe I'll talk to him there. Like, really talk. That's a lie, and my sister knows it. Tahoe, look how fancy you have become, she says in her snootiest voice. And we both know you won't talk to him. We should bet. Come on. We can be like Liam and his siblings. Let's bet. You're crazy. I'll talk to you soon. Love you. Love you too. I roll my eyes, forgetting that she can't see me. When I get into Liam's car a little while later, there's a tension that I can't get past. Probably the awkwardness that comes from having sex with someone, only it was unconsciously, and neither of you was actually there. You're quiet. Everything okay? He asks. Oh, I'm fine. I didn't get a great night's sleep. I had weird dreams. I feel my cheeks turn warm. We spend most of the drive in silence, and I pretend to take a nap. Really, I'm just visualizing my dream from last night. We're here, Liam says, and I realize I did fall asleep a little bit. Oh, wow, already? Time flies when you're napping. Whoa, I'm out of it. Why don't you get settled? I'll show you our room, he says, As more of the twins' friends and Liam's family arrive, the mansion buzzes with anticipation. The party planners are busy making the finishing touches, transforming the place into a lavish circus. Colorful balloons sway gently in the breeze, and the scent of freshly arranged flowers blows throughout the house. There are acrobats all over the place, as well as aerialists and kinetic art. Olivia and Emma watch with delight as the stage is set for an unforgettable night. After I get settled, my stomach growls, and Liam takes me to the buffet. There are several bar stations as well, with custom cocktails and all sorts of themed drinks. It all smells delicious, Liam. There are stations with all kinds of cuisines from all over the world, and a special buffet with street food from around the world to fit the festival atmosphere. Thanks, I made it myself. He smiles and I roll my eyes. Wow, you work quickly. We find a little spot in a pavilion away from all the excitement. It's like the Kennedy compound here. Cozy spot, it's nice, I note. I wanted to find a little time to chat about the weekend. I was hoping he wanted to stay back with me so we could have some alone time before the craziness began. What is there to talk about? It's a birthday party with all the usual suspects, right? Sadie, Dana, and Megan will be here, I assume, desperately throwing themselves at you. And we'll be doing our best to show how inseparable we are. Well, yes and no. Liam's tone doesn't make me feel like this is anything good. It's not just the usual suspects. I should think so. It's a party. In more ways than one. After the resort, my sisters are diversifying. They're adding in more contenders since Dana and Sadie weren't cutting it. My stomach sinks at the thought of more beautiful women vying for his attention. Liam is bracing himself for my response. Do you know who they're planning on getting? I don't know. The intel is from my dad, friends of my sisters, but you know the circles my sisters run in. The only thing my dad disclosed to me was that they were bringing on more competition, which of course inspired Grandma Rose to do the same too. Fantastic. 3 new women who are probably intelligent and wealthy with supermodel looks. Is there anything else I need to know? Emma, Olivia, and Grandma coughed up another 10 grand for the extra entrance. More for charity, I guess. Silver lining. A devilish grin stretches across his lips. I'm suddenly not hungry. The thought of a new batch of beautiful women flirting with Liam isn't comforting. I know that the game is rigged for me to win, but I hate the idea of his family presenting so many new options, thinking that I don't deserve to win. As far as his sisters and Grandma know, Liam actually likes me. He's told them countless times, and they're still putting all of these women forward. For them, is it really that easy to change his feelings about me? I know that it's fake, but what if it weren't? Are they saying that it should be easy to stop someone from liking me? I'm so excited to be here with him, and I wish I were really sharing the room as his actual girlfriend, not as someone who's participating in a competition with him. But I feel like I should just let him be with some other girl, since clearly his family thinks he'd be happier with someone else.
Chapter 19. Liam. As the sun begins to set over Lake Tahoe, the bonfire crackles. It's all set up to be as opulent as possible for the twins' birthday celebrations, and there are all sorts of kiosks and tents all over the place, like their own personal Coachella. Some temporary posts are set up around the bonfire, with string lights hanging across that give off a soft glow. Oh my God, this is like a real music festival, Serena says. Hold on, is your whole family coming? Please don't tell me your grandma and aunts and mom and dad are going to dance all night to electronic music. Just for the beginning, the wholesome birthday party parts. By the time the real debauchery starts, they'll be in another part of the compound, I tell her. They don't like seeing their babies acting like music video extras. Your family definitely is something else, Liam. Don't I know it? The setting sun paints the Tahoe sky in hues of orange and pink. The flickering flames of the bonfires mirror the colors, casting a warm golden glow over the sandy beach. Ready to head down to the water? Beth asks. We have some party games for everyone to play. Hooting and hollering break out. We settle around the fire. I grab a beach chair and wave my hand to Serena to have her sit next to me. Our first game is Guess the Song. Beth explains once we're all settled in. Joe and I have a playlist queued up. We'll play 1 second of a song and you guys have to try to come up with the name of the song. If no one can guess, we'll play 2 seconds, then 3. What happens if no one can guess after 3 seconds? Olivia calls out. Then no one gets the point, Joe speaks up. You get 3 points for guessing in 1 second, 2 for 2 seconds, 1 for 3. Whoever has the highest score wins a special prize. A round of oohs and ahs goes up, with Serena giving my arm an excited squeeze. I don't mean to brag, but I bet I can win this, she whispers. I've had to listen to a lot of songs over the years as a dancer and a dance teacher. Just before I can respond, a group of women come over, waving at us. They're all in their mid-20s, 1 black, 1 Hispanic, and 1 white. Emma, the tallest one calls out. We managed to get the house next door. Can you believe it? We didn't know how close it was to your party. We were renting the house over there for Genevieve's bachelorette. The woman gestures to her friend, who is wearing a white off-the-shoulder sundress and accompanying bride-to-be sash. These are some of my model friends, Aunt Joe, Emma explains, jumping up to go hug the women. And Eleanor over there is an old friend of mine from when we were at college together. Liam, come over here, Emma shouts. Let me introduce you. I'm fine right here, I call over, not wanting to take the bait. Emma rolls her eyes and brings her friends over. Fine. Valentina, this is my brother, Liam. I don't know if you remember him. She gestures to a tall, dark-skinned black woman wearing a short-sleeve pink button-down top with palm trees and coral shorts. Liam, this is Valentina and Genevieve. And Eleanor, you know, she says, gesturing to the Hispanic woman. She and Olivia introduce me to her friends, pointedly not including Serena in the discussion. They all take seats next to me, trying to crowd out Serena as if she's not there. Dressed in a striped tan and white sweater with loose linen pants, her perfectly curled hair frames her heart-shaped face. We met before, Eleanor says, giving me a huge smile. At your sister's 21st. What a strange coincidence that they just happened to be renting the house next door, not knowing the twins were having their birthday party. My liar meter is going off. Okay, we were just about to start playing Guess the Song, Aunt Jo says. She explains the rules again, and I have a sudden idea. How about we make teams, I offer. Serena is on my team. Can I be on your team too? Eleanor asks me, batting her lashes. Serena raises her eyebrows, but David, who is sitting on the other side of Eleanor, pipes up. You can be on my team, he offers. Beth holds up a remote for the speaker system they've got set up. If everyone has a teammate, let's get started. She pushes play and a single second of a song echoes in the air. Serena wiggles, patting her hand on my leg. I know it! She names an obscure 2000 song by a one-hit wonder. Correct, Beth grins. 3 points, Serena. I love that song. Did you know I was almost in the music video? Genevieve says. That's right. Emma snaps her fingers. You were in a music video for Jennifer Lopez instead, right? Genevieve nods, smoothing a hand over the back of her neck, and catches my eye, biting her lip as she lowers her lashes. I was, Genevieve says, twisting her head to glance at me. I just love dancing. I stifle the urge to roll my eyes. Serena, I start to say, intending to talk about her classical dance training. Eleanor is a photographer, Olivia blurts out before I can speak. You went to school for it, didn't you? I did, Eleanor says. I hope to get into directing someday. Don't you have friends in the film industry, Liam? One shoulder of her striped sweater slips down, revealing bare skin. Eleanor giggles as she tugs it back up. Oops. Beth clears her throat, holding up the remote to play the next song. I can't help the smile that plays on my lips, or the way my heart beats a little faster when Serena gets the next one right, and she holds out her hand for a high five. Our palms smack together, and I swear I feel a rush of tingles up my arm, and not just from the rough contact. The gaggle of models isn't paying attention, and interest starts to wane, especially as the bands and DJ booths set up for the late-night festivities. But Serena and I hold on long enough to win against my parents and some of Emma's and Olivia's friends. "Yes! Team Liam and Serena win!" Beth shouts. We high-five again and bump hips, caught up in the moment. Beth presents us with our prize, a miniature bowling trophy. It's a cute gag prize, and I hand it to Serena. "You can keep it," I tell her. "You won it fair and square." "Thank you," she whispers, her hand on mine. "I'm parched," Emma declares. "Let's get some drinks. Liam, come help me pass them out." The moment broken, I look away and roll my eyes, but follow my sister over to the coolers. "So, you and Eleanor were sitting close during the game," she says, winking at me. "I was sitting with my date," I tell her. "You know, Serena?" "Just saying." Emma shrugs. "I think Eleanor likes you. Maybe you could help her out and introduce her to some of your producer friends in the industry. Wouldn't it be cool if you could say you helped a famous director get her start?" She nudges me, and I glance back at the bonfire to watch Serena dancing around, an almost hypnotic sight. "Liam, dance with me," Eleanor says, grabbing my hand and pulling me away from the cooler and back over to the bonfire. I pull away, but Eleanor won't get the hint, gyrating her body into mine. This is getting out of hand. I want to tell her off at this point. Is this really what supermodels do between gigs? Crash private bonfires and paw at the guests? Eleanor's eyes close and she stands on her toes, bringing our faces together. Just then, Serena marches up. With a swift motion, Serena's hand shoots out and closes around Eleanor's with a firm grip, yanking it off of me. The sudden movement startles Eleanor, who cries out, getting the attention of the other partygoers. "Hold on a minute, girl," Serena snaps, jaw tightening as her eyes narrow. "Liam is my boyfriend, and you need to get the hint that he's not interested." Silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the music in the distance. Serena breathes hard in and out, eyes flaring in irritation. It's pretty hot when Serena takes charge like that. Her eyes are practically glowing in the firelight. Serena is one hell of a performer. The desire to grab her and kiss her overtakes me, and I reach out, pulling her to me. The atmosphere crackles with an electric tension. My gaze meets hers, and our lips meet, a scorching fire between us as we kiss. Real or not, I'm proud that she's in my arms, and every moment of the kiss draws me in further until we part, finding ourselves back in the midst of the party guests. Serena vanishes in the dark, and before I can follow her, my sisters are in my face, pulling me by the hand.
Chapter 20. Serena. I can't stop pacing back and forth in the bedroom we're sharing for the weekend. My body is tingling from all the adrenaline pumping through my veins, and I'm feeling a million emotions all at once. I'm at once scared, excited, turned on, and completely nervous. I feel like my skin is trying to escape from my body. They must think I'm horrible. And what about Liam? Where is he? Okay, I need to calm down. Feel the floor on your bare feet. I close my eyes so I can get my bearings. My heartbeat starts to slow down a little, and I take deep breaths. Visions of his family fill my brain. I can see the horror and shock on their faces. If I didn't know any better, I would even say they look disgusted by my behavior. So unladylike. And then that kiss. The memory of it is still coursing through my lips as if it's still happening. What the hell is taking him so long? There's no way I can show my face out there. What if he doesn't come back to the room? What if he's decided that they're right? He would still publicly side with me for the bet. He's not going to give up all our hard work now. As I think about how they looked, anger and frustration bubble up inside me. I instinctively form a fist. I've never liked being judged by others, especially when I don't have a chance to explain myself. But maybe it was too much. Maybe I was too defensive, and their reactions were justified. My mind keeps bouncing back and forth. Maybe I overreacted, or maybe I didn't. If only I could talk to them, or at least Liam. If I could hear what they're saying about me, that could help calm me down. I decide I need to sit down. I shake my hands to release some of the tension and move to the couch. Liam's stuff is on it, and he's placed a sheet and blanket over it haphazardly. I move everything to the side so I can sit comfortably. I hear the doorknob jiggle as someone tries to open it. My whole body tenses, and I grip the edge of the couch in anticipation. What if they're here to tell me I need to leave? That I'm not welcome at their birthday party? I can tell by the footsteps that it's Liam, and I'm terrified to see his expression. Is he disappointed in me? Furious? Betrayed? Liam, I lift my head, trying to explain. He's beaming and upbeat, and he reaches his arms out, trying to pull me into a hug. Hey, how are you holding up? You did great out there. Really? I look at him for any note of sarcasm. You sure I wasn't too aggressive? I really lost my composure out there. His upbeat demeanor is infectious, and I can feel myself getting happier by the moment. Liam looks shocked. What are you talking about? That was perfect, and the way you kissed me. He pauses to take a breath. That was incredible. He smiles as he stares into my eyes, and suddenly, it's like all my worries have disappeared. Well, I guess I was just caught up in the moment or something. Seeing her all over you did spark a little bit of jealousy. I add a little laugh as if to place the jealousy squarely in the performance for the bet, not my own emotions. You should hear what the others are saying about you, he says cheerfully. What kinds of things? I avert my gaze, afraid of the answer. I think they're fully convinced that we're a couple and that you're genuinely into me. My sisters were sure that you were just a piece of arm candy, but I think they're really sold. So what does that mean? I ask. Well, if it's true and they all believe it, it means we're on our way to winning the bet. We have to keep it up until the wedding, of course. But I think it's a turning point. I don't know if they'll get more aggressive or if they'll accept that they're on track to lose. Hearing him talk about everything so matter-of-factly makes me feel defeated. My shoulders sag slightly, and I'm sure my expression changes. Liam notices immediately. What's wrong? I thought you would be happy about this. It's a win-win for everyone. He moves me over to the bed so we can sit. Of course, I'm glad it's all working out. Everything we've been working toward is happening. It feels like minutes pass, but it's only seconds. So what is it then? I don't know. I guess I'm conflicted about how I feel about all of this. I don't know what came over me out there, and I'm not even sure what I'm feeling right now, I admit. As I speak, I'm wondering if it's even a good idea to tell him any of this. Is it fair of me to hold it against him when we're just doing what we've agreed to all along? No one asked me to get feelings for him. I shouldn't fault him for just doing the agreement we both signed up for. He pauses again for a long time. I want to speak, but nothing comes out of my mouth. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Maybe this was all a bad idea. I'm not sure how I feel about everything either. Like, I know what I'm doing and why I'm doing the bet, but I don't know. I feel bad. As he speaks, my heart lifts a little bit. If there's a chance he's feeling the same thing, that'll make me feel better. But that still raises a ton of questions. Feel bad about what? I mean, they're my family. But then I think they started it, and we can pull this off for a little longer. He reaches over and caresses my cheek. His hands feel so soft and tender. It's been a long time since someone has touched me like that, and I can feel sparks where our skin makes contact. He pulls my waist close to him with his other hand. I put both of my hands on his waist, looking for the bottom of his shirt. His tongue dances inside my mouth, and it feels good. I put my hand underneath his shirt and rub against his skin. He has nice abs, and his body is so warm. My hand maneuvers around his torso, feeling his muscles as they clench and relax. We stand up together, but our faces never separate. His other hand moves up, so he's clutching my whole head at once. I feel like putty in his arms, ready to drip and melt. We press our bodies against each other. I can feel his muscular chest against my breasts. I can feel him breathing heavily as continue kissing. My whole body is warm and tingling. Part of me wants to pull my clothes off because I'm so hot. My breathing gets heavier as I focus on the sounds of our kissing. I can hear his breathing, steady and deep. Suddenly, I feel his hands drop to my waist and his thumbs curling around my pants. Just as he's about to pull them down, I stop and step back. Wait, we shouldn't do this. I was wrapped up in the moment, but now I'm thinking clearly. While part of me is ready to have sex with him, I know I shouldn't. Not at least until we understand what's going on. What do you mean? Liam replies, still taking deep breaths. I just need some time to think. It's not that I'm not enjoying this, but I don't know. I look into his big eyes, wondering if he feels the same pull to continue that I do, or whether it's just physical. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I totally understand. Do you want some time alone? I can't tell if he's asking because he senses I do, or if he can't wait to get the hell out of there. I look over to his prepared place on the couch in the room, and I wonder if he's still going to stay here or move to another room for the night. If you don't mind, I reply. My mind is racing, and I need to think without any distractions for a while. At the same time, I don't want him to leave. Sure. He pauses for a second, then tucks his shirt back into his pants. He touches my shoulder and heads toward the door. Liam? I debate asking for him to stay longer. He lifts his head, looking at me. Thanks for everything. I'll talk to you later. He nods and leaves, and I still don't know if I did the right thing.
Chapter 21. Liam. I wander down the stairs into the living room, still reeling from what almost happened, and too keyed up to focus. My entire body is screaming for me to go back, to tell her how I feel, to kiss her longer. But I can't. I may have offered to leave, but she didn't argue. The mixed signals are making me crazy. The beat of the music outside the house cocoons the living room in its own kind of silence, and I spot Dad on a lounge chair, sipping a glass of vintage scotch and enjoying the solitude. Enjoying your evening? He asks with an amused smile. Yeah, it's fun. How about you? I'm enjoying the company. He looks at the liquid in his glass and stirs. Sit. Join me for a drink. I nod and he goes to the bar to fill another glass. Thanks, Dad. I could use it. I can tell. I know that look. He looks up knowingly, a gleam in his eyes as he walks toward me. You do? I see more than I let on. He hands me the glass, and he grabs his own in a toast. To your sisters. Ugh, those two. I roll my eyes, and Dad laughs. How are you holding up? You saw what happened? I did. But if I didn't, I could have just gone on social media to hear the full rundown. They really got to Serena, huh? And it looks like they got to you. Dad leans in. It's just a bet. Don't beat yourself up too much. I sigh, settling into the plush, blue and white striped couch. I don't know if it's still just a bet, Dad. It might be more. Dad raises an eyebrow. Yeah? I'm not so sure if we should keep doing this bet. He sets his glass down. What makes you say that? Maybe everything's getting too complicated. In what way? You're almost done with it anyway. Just a few more weeks, and then the bet's over. We win. Just hold out for a little longer. You know how your sisters are. It's not just them, though. It's Serena. I don't know if I can keep pretending. You're not enjoying spending time with her? No, it's not that. I'm liking it a lot. I think I might be falling for her, Dad. You know Serena is an actress. She's a performer. It's her job to put on a show, Dad points out. Don't worry too much about it. Of course, you're going to feel chemistry. We knew that all along. That's why she was a good choice. There's more to it than that, Dad. There's something between us. There are times when I think we both feel it. Dad tilts his head. Tell me more about it. I don't know what's real and what's not, but I'm finding myself wanting to spend time with her apart from all of this. You've seen it, right? Dad laughs. It's hard for me to know too, I guess. You seem like you're having fun. You're becoming friends. But there's no need to cut any of it short, though. If you like each other, no harm in exploring it further. For your own good. We'll see. I don't want to make things awkward if I'm wrong, since we have to spend time together until the wedding. For all I know, it could be harmless flirtation. Mom comes in from the kitchen carrying a glass of iced tea. I like having Serena around, Dad adds. I think you're good together. What's this about Serena? Mom asks, perching on the velvet armchair across from me. There might be more to it than the bet, Dad says. Maybe he should pursue it. I shake my head. We'll see. Has Serena expressed any interest? Mom asks. I shrug. With all of these girls being thrown in my direction at every turn, it's not exactly the easiest situation for anyone to sort out their feelings. I see the way they look at each other, Dad protests. Mom frowns. I also know that you two are paying that girl to act interested. Right, exactly, I admit, frustration evident in my voice. How would we even be able to tell? Could you both keep your voice down? Dad whispers harshly. Are you forgetting that Olivia and Emma and all their friends are here? The last thing we need is to slip up now. I look around, craning my neck, making sure there aren't any interlopers. Everyone knows my family plays dirty. Who knows if they bugged the living room? Yeah, you're right. Hang on, let me get a glass of water. Want one? I head to the kitchen, making a sweep of the downstairs first to make sure we're alone. Grandma Rose comes in from the back porch as I go back into the kitchen. Oh, there you are. I was looking for you, she says, giving me a kiss. I'm about to head up to go to sleep. Good night, Grandma. Have you had a good time? Yes, it's been nice. A little crazy for my tastes. Give your mom and dad a kiss for me. I sit back in the living room with a glass of water, and I give one to Mom and Dad, too. Maybe you and Serena can avoid any big talks until the wedding. Then you can figure it out, Dad suggests. Maybe you'll work it out on your own. Maybe. I sigh and shake my head. I suppose it's easy for us to sit here and tell you what to do, Mom says slowly. But what does your heart tell you? My mind circles back to the moments when I've suspected there was more between us than simple flirtation. And at first, I think back to our week of dates. But even just the first times we met, I was attracted. I think about all the time we've spent together, and I feel like I want to keep spending time with her. I think you've answered your own question, Mom says, a smile on her face. I bet even your sisters would think it's cute when they hear the story. I sigh. You mean after they've killed me for our little stunt? I guess Serena would get bonus points from the start for pulling one over on them. Or never get out of their bad graces, Dad says. It's always hard to know with them. Grandma Rose, I don't know. Lord knows she can hold a grudge. It took her years to forgive Mrs. Allen for poaching her personal chef. Thank God you warned me, William. I've always been on my best behavior with her even before we started dating. I didn't know that about Grandma Rose. She seems so sweet, I admit. She banks on that little old lady stuff. Don't believe a word. She's the most ruthless of all of us.
Chapter 22. Serena. I can't stop replaying the scene in my head. That girl dancing with Liam, my surge of jealousy, and marching over there and screaming at her before I knew what I was doing. Even though I'm watching it in my mind over and over, it all feels like a blur. And that kiss. It felt so incredible. Especially after pulling her off of him. He's a really good kisser, and every time I've made out with him, I don't want to stop. It just gets worse each time it happens. Can I really keep doing this to myself? I'm tying my heart in knots, not knowing if it's just for the bet or something more. I find myself pacing the room again, my heart pounding. This isn't real. It's all fake, and I'm doing this all for the money. Even as I say the words to myself, I don't want to believe them. He'll be okay no matter what happens. He has a family and money to comfort him if this goes south. I'll have nothing. Too many unanswered questions. I don't like this. It's one thing to keep an arm's distance between us and remain platonic, but I can't afford to get wrapped up in all this if it's something more complicated. Maybe it's best if I just leave. I may not get anything else, but at least I'm in control of the situation. I've been broke and alone before, and that's better than being broke and beholden to someone else. I promised him I'd help, though, and I have to stay true to my word. But will I just feel like I'm being played for a fool, while my feelings for him deepen, and he's just using me to get back at his family? I have no idea what to do. I start grabbing my things and tossing them into my bag, just to be ready if I decide to bounce. The idea of Liam being here with all those women gets my jealousy up again, and maybe that's the sign I need to know I can't keep doing this to myself. If it weren't for the bet, would he choose to take me? I don't belong here. I can't deny it. There's a knock on the door, and I don't want to face Liam. I don't want to have him talk and persuade me not to go against my better judgment. Yes, Liam? There's a knock at the door again, and I don't know why he doesn't just come in. It's his guest room, too, and it's his family's house. You can just come in, I huff. It's your room, too. The door opens slowly, and instead of Liam's blonde hair and blue eyes, it's an older face, lined but beautiful with silver hair. Grandma Rose, are you looking for another room? No, dear. This is the one I was looking for. Why, should I not be here? Oh, no, it's just... I thought you were Liam, and I would expect you to be in your room, not ours. Ours, huh? Aren't you too cozy? I don't know how to answer. I guess. You may think you're fooling everyone, but you're not fooling me. I heard everything. I know everything. You do? I don't know. Just cut the bull, okay? I know. The bet. How much are they paying you? She gently sits in the chair and motions for me to sit too. What do you mean? My son and my grandson, I heard them talking. They're paying you to pretend to be a couple. I could have guessed. I knew there was something off. Well, I'm not sure what to say now, I reply sheepishly. What do I say in a moment like this? What can I say? How about I do the talking then? I'm not sure how much my son is paying you, but I'll give you $20,000 to leave right now and cut Liam out of your life. Her words are again sharp and direct. How many other times has she bribed someone to leave the family alone? Hearing her talk about that kind of money so effortlessly stuns me. That's more than I would make in half a year, and she's ready to hand it over to me to just leave. Still, a part of me resists, saying it's better to stay and see how things go with Liam. Can I really be bought so easily? I have principles. No, it's not like that. This isn't a fairy tale, and you're not some princess. Liam will dump you the second the charade is over, so take the money and run. Here I was, thinking of leaving for nothing, but now I can leave with a wad of cash in my pocket. The irony is almost too much. Is this just so you can win the bet? Does it matter? I shrug. Maybe not. It's your family, not mine. I reach out to shake her hand. Straight to the point. I like it. You really are an actress, huh? Grandma Rose reaches into her purse. She pulls out some money and hands it to me. I only have about $3,000 on me. I'll write you a check for the rest. I grab the cash as she pulls a checkbook out from the purse. I look at the money in my hands. I've never held this much cash all at once before. It feels good, but it also feels wrong. Knowing why I have the money just doesn't sit right. I push those thoughts away for now. Liam is doing the same thing after all. They're both out for themselves. You know, we were wondering what your deal was. Me and the twins. Grandma Rose writes out the check, murmuring, We were ready to start betting ourselves. I should have guessed my son was in on it too. Was it his plan or Liam's? You know what? Don't tell me. I'll ask them about it. She finishes signing the check and rips it from the stack. She hands it to me, but I don't take it right away. I can't bring myself to grab it just yet. I had my doubts too. Even tonight I did. But hearing them talk about it, I realized it was all just an act tonight. An act? That kiss and all the drama tonight, I could have sworn I saw actual sparks. But that's why they have awards shows, huh? She waves the check. I shake my head, laughing bitterly. I wish it were fake. It'd be a hell of a lot easier that way. Grandma Rose arches an eyebrow. Is that so? He makes me want to believe in love, I admit. Like maybe a guy like him could actually... No. Cutting that thought off feels like an amputation, but it's safer this way. It's too unpredictable. I finally snatched the check and put it in my pocket. I don't even want to read it to make sure it's the right amount. Grandma Rose smiles. Smart move. Now pack up and head out before Liam gets back. I can give you half an hour without interruptions. I'll get you a car. She packs up her purse and gets up. I stand up too, eager to leave. It was nice meeting you. She grabs my hand and wrinkles her nose again. I'll get them out of the house so you can leave, okay? And then you'll be out of our lives. Simple, clean. As she leaves, I pull out the check. It says $17,000 on it. That is an insane amount of money. Still, part of me wants to rip it up, put my stuff back in the room and forget the whole thing. But why? Is this guy really worth all the trouble?
Chapter 23. Liam. The lake house is eerily quiet as I climb the creaking wooden stairs to head back to my room. Grandma Rose wanted us to see the chaos outside for some reason. Even though the party is still going, almost all of it is taking place outside, so inside it feels strangely empty. I hope Serena is still awake. Buoyed by my conversation with my parents, I feel as though seeing her will give me some clarity. Once we get things sorted out, I'm even more confident we can win the bet. Entering the dark room, I notice the bed has been neatly made. I flick on the light, glancing around as if the room might give me clues as to where Serena might have gone. Hopefully things have settled with her too, after the kiss and the chaos of the confrontation earlier. My parents are engrossed in playing old jazz records in the living room. The kitchen is empty as well. Nevertheless, I head down to the lake, hoping to find her sitting out. After everything, I'm sure she's not in the thick of things hanging out with my sisters and their gang of models and socialites. But she's nowhere. Where could she have possibly gone? I could text her, although that seems so absurd in a house that belongs to my family. Have you seen Serena? I ask Emma as I head back inside. She and Ash are sitting on the back veranda with glasses of wine, away from the hubbub, stealing a private moment. Not since earlier, Emma says, shaking her head. Ash? Me neither. Ash looks up at me. Sorry. Stepping in through the double French doors, I spot Aunt Jo and Beth inside the sunroom together and poke my head in. They're playing a board game together. I'm looking for Serena, I tell them. Haven't seen her since the bonfire, Aunt Jo says. Okay, now this is beginning to seem odd. Is she sleeping in another bedroom? There are 8 guest rooms, and 6 of them are occupied. I knock on the first of the remaining empty rooms. Serena? I call out. She could just be taking a walk on the ground someplace. I don't want to wake someone, or worse, walk in on a couple in the thick of things. Something feels wrong. My blood pumps in my veins, rushing in my ears as I realize I can't find her anywhere. My heart is pounding in my chest as I race back down to our guest room, pushing the door open as though I expect to see Serena already in bed. But she's not there. Serena, did you go out for some air? I text. No answer, no bouncing ellipses. My mind is whirling. I head back down to check the house once more. Otherwise, I'll go crazy. As I enter the library, Grandma is sitting in the leather armchair by the fire. Grandma, have you seen Serena? She looks up. Hi, Liam. We need to talk. Have a seat. I slip down onto the chair next to her. What's going on? I know about the bet, Liam, she says. I know you and your dad cheated. You hired that girl so you two could win. Staring at her, my mind blanks out. How does she... Suddenly, I think back to the run-in in the kitchen. Grandma must have been lurking, listening in on our conversation. She left. It wasn't too hard to convince her either. Looks like you were played. What? Why? What did you say to her? I demand. I made her a better offer. She took the money and ran. I wanted to test her, see if she cared about you, or if she cared about the money. She showed her true colors. You're better off. Grandma, you're kidding. It's none of your business. And besides, you aren't an angel in all this either. Betting with my sisters on my love life? Who are you to judge anyone? Getting a date to a wedding is one thing, and winning money for charity is something else. But hiring someone and them conning you? I wasn't going to let that happen to my grandson. I lower my head into my hands, mind going 1,000,000 miles an hour. So Serena accepted the money to end the bet and vanished? So she was just acting her little heart out after all. It was all just a game to her. Was it just a game to me too? I have no idea what I'm feeling. My chest aches. She didn't even try to talk to me before she made her escape. I couldn't just sit back and let her take advantage, Grandma says, reaching out to squeeze my hand. I pull it away as she continues. She even tried to claim that she didn't fake her feelings, if you can believe that. Said some nonsense about how being around you made her want to believe in love, and that she would get rid of the feelings if she could. You hired Serena? Emma and Olivia are standing in the doorway of the library together, staring at us. It was all Dad's idea, I tell them. But yeah, I was in on it. And you ran her off. Emma points a finger at Grandma Rose. Did you really want to win so badly that you pushed away someone who might have made Liam truly happy? That girl took the money at the first chance, Grandma Rose says, sitting up straight and stealing her gaze. But you said she admitted that she had feelings for him, Olivia snaps, and you pushed the money on her so you could still win the bet. It wasn't about the bet anymore, Grandma says, pursing her lips. You don't understand. I was simply trying to protect Liam. Would it have been better to prolong the charade and let him find out the truth when the bet was over? Grandma, I can't believe you, Emma says, coming in to sit next to me. I'm sorry, Liam. Maybe our bets really have gotten out of control. No one was ever supposed to get hurt, Olivia agrees, sitting with the two of us. And now 2 people are hurting. I wish you children could understand that what I did was for the best. Grandma shakes her head. You're young. Grandma is right, I say. I was foolish. Serena's an actress, remember? You can't fake the connection that you two shared, Emma argues. I saw the way you two looked at each other. Either you're both incredible actors, or there was something more there. And now she's gone. Emma looks back at Grandma. I think you should go after her, Olivia suggests. Talk to her. Figure out what's going on. Get the truth. I'm not interested. You're making a mistake, Olivia says. If Serena was genuine, she might have left because she was embarrassed. She probably doesn't know you both feel the same. Give it a try, Liam. No. I rise from my seat. I'm not chasing after Serena if she doesn't want to be with me. Besides, I've got a tournament to get to. I don't need this right now. Devoting myself to my upcoming poker tournament will serve as a distraction from Serena and the events of the past few days. My sisters shake their heads, though Emma reaches out to pat my arm. I know it's all confusing right now, but you're smart. You'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm the smart one, I tease her, ruffling her hair. I got the better grades. Hey, that doesn't mean anything, Olivia protests. My GPA was just .01 below yours. And I won that academic scholarship, Emma adds. Besides, even if you're the smart one, you're being dumb right now. I don't want to talk about it anymore, I tell them. Listen, I have years of experience on you all. I have more wisdom than all of you combined. And you were in over your head, Liam. I sigh. I know you're just trying to help. Grandma gets up, slowly walking out, but Emma and Olivia remain, looking up at me with uncertainty. Are you going to be all right? Emma asks. I'll be fine, I tell them, a tight smile on my face. Don't worry about me. It doesn't seem real to me that she's gone. She's been such a bright presence in my life, even if it's only been for a short time. I still don't understand why she couldn't have at least talked to me before taking off. If it was about money, I could have helped her. If it was about kissing in front of everyone or the other girls, we could have talked about it. Instead, all I'm left with is more questions than answers and a lingering bitterness inside. Fine. If she doesn't want to be with me, then I'm not going to waste more time thinking about her. I wish my brain would just get the memo.
Chapter 24. Serena. The desert air of Tahoe still clings to my skin as I walk through the door of my small apartment above the laundromat. Once I've let out a good cry, the turmoil inside me begins to settle, but only a little. Lingering doubt rises in its place. Did I really do the right thing by leaving? I can't shake the fear that I made a huge mistake. My chest starts aching as I realize I'm probably never going to see him again. I head for the bedroom to get changed when my phone dings. I see a text that just came in for an audition about an hour from now. I put on a light layer of makeup, just enough to make me look fresh, and tie my hair up into a bun. Getting a gig will be a surefire way to keep me from thinking about my time in Tahoe, or any of the rest of the time I spent with Liam. As I get ready to head out, ideas for a few projects pop up. I'm thinking about what my students might like for their upcoming showcase. I bet they'd love it if I took a splashy dance musical and picked a select few songs for them to perform. "Hello, my name is Serena Thomas," I say as I step up to perform in front of the casting people. "I'm auditioning for one of the dance roles in the commercial." "Go ahead," a tall, slender white woman says, waving a hand for me to begin. The song blares through the audition room. It's a fast-paced, relentless beat that matches the cadence of my racing heart. As I start to dance, the steps come naturally, a familiar routine etched into muscle memory. In the midst of my performance, an uninvited guest arrives, if only in my imagination. It's Liam, his image waltzing back into my thoughts. With every spin, I feel the push and pull, mirroring the rhythm of our brief, fake relationship. I step forward, and in my mind he retreats. The room blurs around me as the boundaries between reality and my imagination merge. I pull back at the last second, leaving his hands dangling. If I could only get him out of my head for good. I spin, twirling away even as the imaginary Liam beckons me on with that soft half-smile that once drew me in so easily. "Thank you, Miss Thomas," the woman says as I finish. My chest is heaving as I regain my breath. "We'll let you know." A smile grows on my face. Whether I get the job or not, I know I danced my heart out because of Liam. I grab my bag and hand the casting people my resume and headshot, then take my leave and head back out to the street. Even if I thought I was doing the right thing, I can't stop wondering if I might have hurt him leaving the way I did. It's no use denying that there was a spark between us. My mind conjures up a vision of his face when he realizes I've left. He probably hates me. The next couple of days are a whirlwind of work, dance lessons, and callbacks for the audition. I barely have time to breathe, let alone think of Liam. I've almost put him out of my head for good until I head downstairs for my afternoon jog. Just as I'm turning the corner next to Moonlight Bistro, I practically run into the last two people I ever expected to see again. "Oh my God, I'm sorry." I stop cold when I realize it's Emma and Olivia. They're standing around the entrance to the bistro, looking around as if waiting for someone. "Serena," Emma says, "I'm glad we found you. We weren't entirely sure where you lived. All we could get out of Dad was that you lived close to the bistro." I stare at them. "You were looking for me?" "Yes," Olivia says. "We found out the truth about the bet, and we know about Grandma giving you money to leave." "Oh," I say, unsure how to react. "Are they angry at me? Did they come here to yell?" "Let's sit and talk. There's a lot to talk about," Olivia says. "I don't want to take up more of your time. I'm sorry about everything." No, you shouldn't be the one apologizing," Emma says. "We should. We didn't mean for this all to go down this way. I can't imagine what you think of us." Olivia lowers her head. We go into the bistro, and it feels strange to be here with them, but not Liam. I wonder how he's doing. "We wanted to get your side of the story. Grandma Rose isn't exactly the most reliable narrator." "And good luck getting anything out of Dad when he has a dog in the fight, and Liam—" What could Liam have said? I don't even want to know. "There's not much to tell," I say, shrugging. "Your father asked me to help them in this family bet. He looped Liam into it, and they paid me 10 grand to pretend to meet him at the resort in the Catskills that weekend, then continue to pretend to date him. Olivia nods. That's the gist of what we heard, too. And that Grandma gave you money to walk away. But she said something else, too. What did she say? I'm terrified of what terrible things she might have said about me, about just being around for the money, about having no ethics. Things I've said about myself countless times in the last few days. She said you told her you had feelings for him. Is that true? Yeah. I sigh, gathering my thoughts. I started to really catch feelings. It wasn't about the bet anymore. I didn't know what was real and wasn't anymore, so when your grandmother offered, I still don't know if I did the right thing, but it just started to be too much. I know it might not have been real to him. Emma shakes her head. Serena, no. You don't have to make me feel better, I know. No, Serena, you don't get it. Olivia grabs my shoulders. He said the same thing. It was getting too confusing for him to have feelings, to not know how much was the bet anymore. I don't think he was faking, Emma says softly. The only thing we care about in this situation is his happiness. That's why we made the bet in the first place. I mean, that, and we're his sisters, and we're always like that. You think he hasn't done the same thing? But no, we wanted to set him up with someone nice. Uh-huh. That's why you fought so hard against me? Because you cared about him choosing the best person. I don't want to start an argument, but I'm also not buying it. If they really cared about his happiness, they wouldn't have kept pushing their agenda, especially because they had no idea that he was in on the bet. Hey, look, we're not perfect. We're a bunch of competitive bastards. You know that. But we're here, aren't we? Hope rises unexpectedly. Maybe I wasn't imagining it. He's always so focused on getting ahead that we worried he'd end up alone, Emma adds. We thought this was a good way to find someone for him, but he managed to find someone for himself. My face falls. It always comes back to that, doesn't it? It's a painful reminder that our time together was never going to last. He's gotten a comp suite at the Bellagio for his tournament, Olivia tells me. I can't stomach the idea of being the reason for Liam's unhappiness. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I don't know, maybe it's better to just walk away at this point. And hey, maybe you can win the bet now. I mean, if he calls me, maybe, but I should just go and drop in on his tournament. It's up to you, but we saw him. He's not doing well. I think he assumes you don't want anything to do with him. No, of course that's not true. But I need some time. I need to think. We finish up at the bistro, and we say our goodbyes with hugs. I thought this would make it easier, but now I'm even more confused. My stomach is in knots as I watch them walk away. I know their hearts are in the right place, but I still don't know. But for them to convince me to reconcile with him, even though they would lose the bet if he still winds up taking me, that must mean something. Even then, I don't know. Maybe it started with too much uncertainty. Liam comes from a completely different world than I do. Even if we could find a way to make it work, it might be too much to overcome. I might always feel like he's able to buy and sell people at his own convenience. The idea of seeing Liam again makes my heart ache. I'm used to talking to him every day at this point. But it doesn't matter. I took the money that Grandma Rose offered and I left. I head back into my apartment, suddenly not in the mood for a run anymore. Right now, all I want to do is curl up under a blanket and try to forget everything that's happened. I'm sure Liam's well on his way to forgetting all about me already.
Chapter 25. Liam. I knew I made a mistake the second I stepped into the tournament and checked in. I'm not in the right mindset to play poker, let alone a tournament with a pricey buy-in. I would have stayed home at my place drowning my sorrows away had I not qualified for this months ago. But here I am. My fingers idly trace the edges of my remaining chips. It's not my worst day at the table, but certainly not my best. I'm treading water, which means I'm not doing well at all. All in. I push my short stack into the middle of the table. The woman across from me stares into my eyes, trying to read me. Good luck. I'm unreadable right now. Call. We flip our cards up, and she has an ace and a jack. I'm done. I don't hit on the flop. When the dealer flips the turn, I know it's over. The river card seals my fate. The dealer pushes the last of my chips to the woman. Full house, aces full of jacks. Winner. She looks at me, seeing my disappointment clearly. Would you like to rebuy? The dealer asks. I shake my head. Good luck, everyone. Voices carry on as I walk away from the table toward the slot machines. After throwing away more money to cool off, I force myself to my room. I need a distraction. Looking out the window at the casinos, I think of all the dates with Serena. I decide to call Olivia. Hey, Liam. How's the tournament going? I can always count on her to pick up her phone. I shouldn't have played with the mood I'm in. So you were knocked out? Yep. I pushed the last of my chips in with a 7-8 offsuit. I was on tilt. What the hell is tilt? She laughs. I forgot Olivia doesn't know the terms. Tilt is when you're upset over losing a big hand. Your emotions take over and cloud your judgment, and you play any hand with the hopes to win back what you lost. My mind is somewhere else. Serena? Yeah. I can't believe she up and left without saying goodbye. If I tell you something, will you promise not to get mad? She shares conspiratorially. What? You're going to have to speak up. I can barely hear you. I need to tell you something, and I need you to promise not to get mad at me. How can I promise something I don't know, Olivia? I hear her take a deep breath. Emma and I went to see Serena. There are no words for me to muster, and Olivia fills the silence. Liam, please say something. Don't be mad. Can you at least hear me out? We went there to tell her we were sorry. Sorry for what? For, everything. The bet. For throwing girls in your face when you said you liked her. I know it was for the bet. She said that? No, she didn't. No, it wasn't about the bet. And Emma and I meddled in it. I know you really like her. She likes you too. Let me get this straight. You guys tell me I should go after her, and I tell you I'm not interested. Then you take it upon yourselves to go after her. Liam, we're not stupid. We have eyes. Okay. We just wanted to know how she was doing, and we asked about you. So you were prying? Liam, we went there with good intentions. There's more to this than what it started as. Emma and I wanted to see if that was true and try to fix the mess we got you guys into. How did you guys even know where she lives? Olivia laughs. Dad knew she lived near the bistro. Apparently you've had luck stalking her there before, with varying levels of success. Look, Olivia, I'm tired. Hey, you called me, but I'm glad you did. Look, think about it, okay? I've seen you with some of the most eligible girls in our age bracket, but there's only one you have eyes for, bet or not. Right? Emma and I almost screwed it up once. Don't screw it up yourself. I know. You know I can't stay mad at you. Just don't take advantage. Love you too. I sit on the bed and hang up, mind racing with thoughts of Serena. I hear the soundtrack of the Vegas Strip outside my window, but it doesn't distract me from my thoughts like I want it to. Maybe Serena was using me. She took the money after all. And then she ran. Was it just about that? But my sister's words echo in my head. I saw the way you two looked at each other. Looked being the operative word. She looked, and then she walked. Now she's gone. The hotel phone rings, not my cell, and I wonder who else could be calling to sour my mood further. I know it's constantly loud in Vegas, but the phone seems unnecessarily loud. Hello? Mr. Fitzgerald, this is Mark at the front desk. I have someone in the lobby who has requested to see you. Me? For what? I don't know, sir. Would you like me to ask? Sure. Let me check. There's a brief pause. She says she'd like to talk to you. Said it was important. Would you like to speak to her? No, I was gonna go to the lobby anyway, see some people that I know. I'll be down. Probably someone from the tournament who saw me leave before they got a chance to catch up. In any case, it's an excuse to leave the room and break up my wallowing. Maybe I'll just go home after this. I'm not in a mood to be around anyone. I step off the elevator, walking quickly toward the front desk to get it over with. Then maybe I'll have a drink at the bar before I go back to sulking. No, it can't be. Serena, what are you doing here? She marches toward me, holding a big manila envelope as if she has a bundle of documents for me to sign. I wanted to give this to you, she says as she hands me the envelope. And I want to apologize for how I left the lake house. That wasn't right. I should have said goodbye. But my fight or flight kicked in, and I flew. I had to get out of there. The envelope is thick. What is this? Take a look. Maybe I should have left it at the bistro just to be cute. But I figured I'd come here, where you took me to see Cirque du Soleil, where we had such a great time. I didn't want to wait. I look inside and I see a stack of $3,000 along with a $17,000 check. It's from Rose Fitzgerald, paid to the order of Serena Thomas, with "for your troubles" in the memo line. I look at the contents of the envelope, then back at Serena, whose eyes are bloodshot. She looks like she hasn't slept in days. But even in this state, she's beautiful. You didn't cash the check? No. Every time I even thought about it, I felt sick to my stomach. Keep the $3,000 at least. Grandma won't miss it. And I'm still going to give you the $10,000, you know? Better know. Serena lowers her head. I owe you an apology for that night, too. I wanted to tell you that night. I should have told you that night. Told me what? Her eyes are big, and I've never seen her look so vulnerable. When you said I was your boyfriend, when you fought for me, that kiss was genuine. It wasn't for the bet. It hasn't been for the bet for a while. You mean it? I told my parents that night, when I was downstairs, when you needed your space. I didn't know what to do. I meant it too, Liam. She smiles, and it's the happiest I have been in days. I don't care about the tournament, Grandma Rose, my sisters, or this stupid bet. I'm just happy to be here with her. Come here. I pull her in for a hug. Thank you for this. You're welcome, she whispers in my chest. I look into her hazel eyes and put my hands on her face. I thought I had lost her forever, but here she is. I lean in and kiss her, and her lips yield to mine. In the lobby of the Bellagio, she kisses me back, and I hold her tightly in my arms. We part, and she has a look of pure joy on her face, one I'm sure I'm mirroring perfectly. God, I missed you. I missed you too. I have an idea. I shake the envelope. Why don't we go have some fun on Grandma Rose's dime? She gives me another smile that makes me weak at the knees. That's a great idea. But we should get a drink first. I love the Baccarat bar. I like the sound of that. Serena gets a Bellagio signature cocktail and I get a double down. I raise my glass and Serena follows. To doubling down, I say, and going all in. Here's to a real first date, not one related to a bet. Except for the ones we're making at the tables. Chapter 26. Liam. The remnants of our drinks sit at the bottom of the glasses. Serena is radiant in the ethereal lighting. Looks like one drink turned into 3, Serena says. I guess we're tripling down then. Do you want to try our luck on the slots? For a warm-up, maybe. I'll take you to the real tables tonight. We push back from our stools and I help her off hers. We walk to the casino floor, the lights and sounds ringing all around us. We hit one machine, where we break even. I spot a different one, with a New York theme that's been recently vacated. Let's try this one, I say. That older lady was playing it for a long time. So? What does that mean? She's been feeding that thing for a while and hasn't won a jackpot. The machine is ready to strike. Serena breaks out in laughter. You can't believe that's true, Liam. The odds start all over again with every spin. It's not sitting collecting losses just to have a win. She's right, I know. I know it for a fact, actually. And yet, there's something fun in participating in the naive superstitions of the casino. Serena makes her way to a machine as I slide a $100 bill into a machine in exchange for a card. She situates herself in front of a machine with neon pink lights. This one is calling my name. I have a gut feeling. I hand her the card. Who's falling for superstitions now? Different sides of the same coin. Hey, they're fun, even if they're silly. Exactly. With a mischievous smile, she pushes the card in and pulls the lever. The machine emits a symphony of electric sounds as the matching cherries flash on the screen one by one. Told you, gut feelings are real. Even if they're fake. The machine spits out a flimsy ticket. Hey, where are my quarters? I laugh at her painted-on frown like a kid's drawing. They don't use quarters anymore. The machine spit out a ticket and you go to the cashier when you're ready to cash out. That's such a waste of paper and it takes away half the fun. I grab her ticket. You won $800. I'd say that's pretty fun. Serena squeals. Holy cow! That's more than one of my paychecks. I'm going to quit while I'm ahead for now. Our hands graze when I hand her the ticket, and I pull her closer to me, then hold her there. It feels so good to have her next to me again. She touches my chest and kisses me on the cheek. We walk through the casino floor talking and observing, but all I see is her. So, Serena, tell me about yourself. She laughs. What's funny? I say with a smile. This really is a first date. She pauses to think. What was our first date before? The diner when we talked about the bet? That was just the pre-date. I think the time in the Catskills, but none of that matters. So, tell me about you. Well, I grew up in Detroit, went to school in New York to study dance, moved to Las Vegas, and then became part of some crazy bet with this crazy family. Wow, that sounds weird. Good thing you got away from them. Did I? Hopefully. Believe it or not, that's not the craziest situation I've been in with a guy. I drop the facade, genuinely curious. Really? I thought that guy sounded bad. Someone was worse? I feel even worse for putting her through that. Yeah, my ex-boyfriend Sean. Serena gets quiet and I don't know if I should pry further. She keeps talking after a beat even without my pushing. He was a major contributor to Juilliard, and we did a private performance for him after he made a big donation. And we clicked. He asked me out, and at first, we had fun. At first? Yeah. He tried to hide me from the rest of his life, keep me separate, like I wasn't up to his family standards. He didn't want to bring me to events, just to dates where no one would know him. And his family was really weird about me. It felt like they didn't know how to talk to someone who didn't come from an upper-crust background. That sounds awful. It was. So many people I met in that stratosphere just couldn't care about anything or anyone. People were disposable. If someone didn't please them, they could just buy a replacement. I just shake my head. I've seen the behavior, although I like to think of my family as more down to earth. Not that we acted like it the last month. So you think I would have been smarter than to get involved in some crazy rich family's bet? She purses her lips, and I close my eyes. You'd think. But I'm glad I wasn't. It would have been one of the biggest mistakes of my life. You mean agreeing to this bet wasn't one of the biggest mistakes of your life? Do you think it was? Of course not. Me neither. Sometimes stupid decisions lead to the best surprises. She puts her hand in mine and I squeeze. Should we try to double our winnings? That slot machine over there looks hot. Serena points and I shake my head. Not hot enough for this woman here. How about roulette? How do you even play? That's the one with the wheel, right? Yep, that's the one. It's simple. I'll teach you. I pull out a chair for her and she takes a seat. The croupier nods hello. How's the happy couple? We look at each other, not quite sure what to say. When we were still in the thick of the bet, we might have played it up for show. But now, I'm not sure what we are. I just know it feels good. We're good. Good. You ready to place your bets? Serena shakes her head while she glances at the iconic spinning wheel. We're both pretty rusty, I lie. He's being polite, Serena says. He offered to teach me how to play, so here we are. She smiles at the croupier named Alex. He shoots me a smile and nods. You pick along the wheel, either a number or a color, evens, odds, and they put your bet down. Serena looks at me, concentrating as I explain. They spin the wheel and the ball goes the other way, then lands in a slot. There's more, but that's the gist. Simple. Is there a strategy or just chance? Pure luck? That's scary. Good. Shows you're smart about it. There is no magic to it. Are you ready? She nods. She hands Alex a $100 bill in exchange for chips. You make the first bet. Serena hesitantly puts 2 chips on black. Is that okay? I laugh. It's perfect. No more bets, Alex says. As we watch the roulette wheel spin, Serena's anticipation is palpable. As the wheel slows, the ball plunks into a ball-sized pocket. Black 17, Alex exclaims. Serena's eyes light up. Did I win? Liam, did I win? You won, I say. Her excitement ignites the other players to join in, and there's a collective celebration. Well done, the gentleman next to her says. Looks like your girlfriend has that beginner's luck. She does, I exclaim as Alex pushes Serena's winnings toward us. I'm going again. What should I do this time? Serena, fueled by the rush, decides to bet double. Red? Done. Alex moves her chips to red and spins the wheel. Her eyes move in circles, remaining focused on the ball. Red 23! She grabs my hands and jumps up and down. I can't believe it! I won again! You two make a great team, one of the players shouts. We do make a good team. I place my hand on her back as she looks up at me and smiles. My gut is telling me it's time to play blackjack, Serena tells me. There's that gut again, I say. She gives her chips to Alex. I'll take my ticket. Alex looks at her sideways. I place my hand on the small of Serena's back. With roulette, you keep the chips. No tickets. So many rules. Vouchers, tickets, chips, cashiers. Everything is so confusing. How are people supposed to keep track of everything? I mean, they don't. People usually spend too much money. Everything in Vegas is calculated. Well, not me. I'm keeping track. She guides me to the blackjack area, and I pick a table that looks like it has a good group. I glance at my watch and realize we have been on the gaming floor for 3 hours. Serena, who's having a blast, has quadrupled her money. The last thing I want to do is interrupt her fun, but my eyelids are heavy. I'm getting tired. How about you? One more hand. She pushes in a 20 chip. What have I done? I've turned Serena into a gambler. Sure. Have you ever stayed in the Bellagio before? No, I haven't. I was planning on going home. It's a long drive, and I hear the suites are pretty incredible. She stands up, forgetting the table completely, overcome with the idea of staying at one of the most iconic hotels, not just in Vegas, but in the world. I hand the dealer $100 for a tip. Is there a view, Liam? Serena asks as we wait for the elevator. She's practically bouncing. You'll just have to see. She's nestled in close to me, and her perfume smells amazing. The elevator dings, and I take her hand. Without thinking, as soon as the doors close, we're all over each other, hands wandering, mouths open, clinging to each other, my tongue parting her lips, sucking gently. I stroke her cheek with my hand, and I clutch the back of her neck, feeling her warmth. I don't want this kiss to end, and I don't want the elevator to stop. Then, when it does, and the doors open, I remember that the elevator isn't her signal to leave. It's a reminder that where we're going together. I part her lips with my tongue, grazing hers. Serena lets out a tiny moan in my mouth.
Chapter 27. Serena. I feel Liam pull away and my eyes begin to open at the added brightness. I've been trying to hold back for so long, not knowing what it all meant. Now that I don't have to, I don't have the energy to even pretend. I want him ferociously, like I've never wanted anyone or anything before. I look into his piercing blue eyes and feel my panties grow moist, heat radiating upward. I can tell from the hunger in his eyes that he wants me just as much as I want him. Liam takes my hand to lead me out, and he pins me against the wall, not wanting to have to wait for more. I can feel his hardness against me, and I involuntarily moan and lean in closer, letting it graze me between my legs. I have to force myself to motion for him to walk further, knowing what's to come, because I want to stay here, feeling his desire for me. But when we go to the bedroom, there's going to be so much more of him to enjoy. I lead him forward, although I don't know which room he's in. I can feel his eyes locked on my ass, and I love it. He slips in front of me to guide me to the right room, taking the opportunity to slide his body across mine, and his hands linger on my hips, then waist. I've never felt so confident. I've never felt so seductive. I've never felt so desired. This is us. His voice is hot against my neck as he snakes one strong arm around my waist and pulls me against him, then taps his key to the door. The clearer Liam is making it about how badly he wants me, the more I want him in return. We slip inside the room, the door closing behind us with a soft click. Liam turns to flick the latch, and I'm on him the moment he turns back towards me. I trap him against the wall, my hands braced on either side of his head as our mouths fuse together in a hot, passionate kiss. I can taste the whiskey on his lips, smoky and sweet. His hands grip my hips tightly, pulling me closer to his hard body. We continue to make out aggressively in the dark, our tongues tangling together in a heated battle as we move closer to the bed. My fingers run in his hair, pulling lightly as his mouth travels down my neck, nipping and sucking at the sensitive skin. He moans, and it drives me wild. Without breaking the kiss, Liam quickly turns and pushes me up against the door, his hands roaming over my body as if he's trying to memorize every curve. The urgency in his touch only adds to my arousal, and I wrap my arms around his neck to pull him closer. Our bodies mold together as we continue our heated makeout session. My hands travel down his chest and over the hard muscles of his stomach before coming to rest on the bulge in his pants. I can feel him growing harder beneath my touch, and I know that I'm not the only one who wants this. Liam pulls away from our kiss, his breathing heavy and eyes dark with lust. I've wanted you for so long. He breathes against my lips before kissing me again. I moan softly, feeling a surge of pleasure shoot through me at every touch of his lips. I'm lost in this moment with Liam, wanting nothing more than to give myself completely to him. His hands roam over me, exploring every inch of my body as we continue our passionate embrace. The air is thick with tension and desire as we press ourselves against each other desperately. I can't remember ever feeling so consumed by someone before. I break away from our kiss to catch my breath, but Liam's lips quickly find mine again, hungrily seeking out more. Our bodies seem to be moving on their own accord now as our clothes start to disappear between sucks and nibbles at each other. The fabric of my dress falls to the floor, pooling around my feet as Liam's hands eagerly roam over my exposed skin. I can feel his gaze burning into me, his eyes brilliant with a hunger that matches my own. The rest of this scene is too spicy for YouTube. I know it's disappointing and I wish we could continue. I really, really do. But this isn't the end. If you go to TylaWalker.com right now and use the discount code SAVE40, you can get the unabridged version of this audiobook and countless others for a generous 40% off, as well as any other digital products on the website. Listen to all of the spicy scenes without interruption. Now, where were we? As our breathing slowly returns to normal, I can feel the weight of Liam's stare on me. I turn my head to meet his gaze and a small smile tugs at the corners of his lips. "That was amazing," he says, his voice still husky with desire. I lean in for another kiss, just as lustful as before but filled with affection and adoration. I give him a series of little kisses on his mouth, and he holds my face in his hands. "I've been wanting to do that for so long," he whispers against my lips. "Me too, ever since I saw you, Liam, even before we spoke." My heart swells at his words. I know with more certainty than I ever have that he truly means it. So long," Liam says softly, pressing a kiss against my forehead. "Yes," I reply with a contented sigh. We lay there in silence for a few moments, basking in the afterglow of our intense lovemaking. Eventually, Liam breaks the silence again. Liam smiles and kisses me back, pulling me on top of him, but he suddenly pauses. "I have an important question to ask you." "If I want to go again?" I say with mischief in my voice. "Oh no, I didn't think to ask. Something more important." "Really? How can you even think of anything else?" "Because it's really that important." He looks me straight in the eyes, his blue eyes melting into my hazel ones. "Are you doing anything in 2 weeks?" "2 weeks? Why?" "My aunt's getting married. I'd love for you to be my date." I kiss him deeply and run my fingers through his hair as he cradles me in his hands. "I'll take that as a yes."
Chapter 28. Liam. Serena takes my hand and leads me down the well-lit path leading to the outdoor reception venue overlooking a lake. Since my aunt wanted to have an evening ceremony, she chose white string lights to illuminate the elaborately decorated pavilion, which is so big it could easily accommodate a few hundred people. Tables covered in white linen line each side of the structure. Flowers of every color sit in crystal vases in the center of each table. In between the rows of tables is a dance floor, where the brides are dancing their first dance. While Etta James sings in the background, I pull Serena through the maze of tables to find the one on our place card. According to the other name tags, my grandmother and my 2 sisters will be seated with us, but none of them have made it to the reception area yet. "No Grandma Rose?" I ask. "Maybe she's at the bar," Serena says. "Or maybe they all had a bet about who could get to their seat last, and none of them wants to lose." "I told you that you don't need to return it, Serena. She'll know when the check isn't deposited." "I know, but I want her to know the reason. Good thing you won the $3,000 back and then some at the Bellagio. Or else her grandson would have to pay her back, since he's the one who told me to bet it in the first place." "That's fair. You have it with you?" She lifts a silver clutch attached to her wrist. "Good. In case we have to hand it back as a sneak attack. She's not one to love getting a gift back." "You mean a bribe?" Serena says. "Whatever it is, it's crass to make such a fuss over money. Except when she's the one doling it out. You know how my family is." "That I do." A waiter holding a silver platter passes by us and offers both of us flutes of champagne, which we gladly take. "It's amazing you turned out as well as you did." "Well, thank you, I think." We both drink, and Serena pulls me out onto the dance floor. Both of us are keeping our eyes open for Grandma Rose, and I almost feel like joking that we should take bets on who will spot her first. But I'm going to wait to make betting jokes until after the wedding is over, just so there's no confusion. The dance floor is lit with even more string lights, some that twinkle, some that pulse. To my left, I see my mother and father, cheek to cheek, as they slow dance beside us. Serena's arms tighten around me as we move slowly. I enjoy just feeling my hand on her, watching the other friends and family dance, especially seeing Aunt Jo and Beth so happy. "Grandma sighting, 6 o'clock, I whisper into Serena's ear. "Oh God, you ready? You'll protect me if she makes any sudden moves, right? I think I can take her." Grandma Rose reaches out her arms and I kiss her on the cheek. She motions to Serena for a hug too, and Serena gently wraps her arms around her, but I can see her getting her clutch ready. She opens the zipper and pulls out an envelope with the $3,000 and the check. "What is this?" she asks. "I wanted to return it. I couldn't take this from you. First, I don't want to use it for its purpose. I wouldn't take any amount of money to stay away from this one. And I should never have accepted it, to begin with. I gave that money to you. I don't need it, Serena. I don't want to have it. Maybe we can give it to the charity that you're supporting. Rose's eyes widen, and she pulls Serena in for another hug. Of course. I give Grandma another kiss. And I'm sorry for everything, Grandma. It was my idea, not Serena's, to get her involved in the bet, but I'm grateful to you for giving her the money. Really? Why's that? Because if you didn't, we might not have realized how much we both care about each other. I'm very glad to hear that. And maybe I got what I deserve for going in with your sisters. And your father. He's not innocent in all of this either, you know. A gentle breeze blows through the pavilion as we all take our seats. I turn to look out on the water. It's dark now, but in the distance I see a bunch of white silhouettes. Against the black lake, lit only by the moonlight, the swans look almost eerie as they float around like little ghosts. At that moment, the waiter comes over to confirm our orders. "And are there 2 others who should be here?" the waiter asks. "Yeah, Grandma. Where are your partners in crime?" I ask. "How should I know? And if you'll remember, they're my rivals." She gives a coy smile. I look around the grounds, spotting all sorts of couples walking hand in hand, but not the 2 of them. I look onto the dance floor, and Olivia and Emma are in a wild dance circle with a group of women, a mixture of cousins and old family friends. They're all decked out in designer gowns of all colors with fascinators in their hair, as if it's a royal wedding. But only one person captures my attention, and it's the woman before me. She looks incredible in her lavender dress, the same hue as the tie and pocket square I picked out. I lean across the table, moving the gold-lined linen napkins out of his way so that I can take her hand. Her fingers tighten around mine in response. "So can I expect you to join my profession after the time you had at the casino?" I ask Serena. "Oh, that is not the profession for me. I'll leave the gambling to the Fitzgeralds. I don't want to overplay my hand. I'll pay off some debts, maybe work on saving to rent a dance studio." "And then what's next for Serena Thomas? You say that like you're not going to be around to see it." "Well, you know, it just feels like the closing of one chapter. I need to stop thinking in those terms, I think. And how about for you, Liam? Any exciting bets on the horizon?" I shake my head. "No bets. At least not on my personal life. I don't like all the guesswork. I was thinking of something else." "Oh, really? What's that? How about giving it a real chance? Want to make this official?" "You mean like a real relationship?" "That's exactly what I mean." We lean over to each other, both kissing at the same time. "I knew it!" Olivia says, running over and tugging on Emma's sleeve. "I knew it!" "Knew what?" Grandma Rose asks. "I knew they'd work it out." She hits her twin on the shoulder. Serena and I roll our eyes. "You didn't by chance make a bet on it, did you?" Olivia and Emma exchange guilty looks. "No," Emma says. "We tried." "We couldn't find anyone to bet against it," Olivia finishes.
Chapter 29. Serena. The dance floor is alive with action, filled with a series of legs and feet moving to the rhythm. Some of them are on the beat, but most of them aren't. It doesn't matter because everyone's having such a good time. I sip from my champagne flute and I feel good. Right now, I'm just letting the music flow through me, enjoying sitting with my boyfriend. Finally. Officially. It's real. I rest my hands and head on the back of my chair as a smile appears on my face. "You okay?" Liam asks. His voice snaps me to attention. "Oh yeah, just listening to the music," I reply. He hands me some appetizers on a plate. I couldn't name any of them with a gun to my head, but I know that rich people really know how to eat. "I thought you might want to absorb some of that champagne." Liam points to my mostly empty flute. I chuckle. "You read my mind, darling," I reply without realizing it. I grab what looks like some kind of spread on a cracker and bite into it. It's a bit salty, but it tastes amazing. I like that, darling. It sounds nice, Liam says. He sits close to me, with his knees touching mine. He stares at me as if I'm the only one in the room. Oops, I gasp. What you didn't mean to say, darling? He asks playfully. No, I just mean, well, I don't know. I guess I wasn't sure we were there yet. Using pet names, I mean. We just became official, right? I dust my hands off. He grabs them and starts massaging my fingers. I think we're there. I think we've been through enough to start calling each other all sorts of pet names. A goofy smile appears on his face. I know what that means. Puddin' has a nice ring to it. He can't help but laugh as he says it. I'm telling you right now, if you call me Puddin', I'm leaving, I reply. His stupid grin only gets bigger. Don't worry, Puddin', I won't. He laughs again. I stand up, threatening to walk away from him. He pulls me back down. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't leave. He rubs my arms as I sit back down. He stares into my eyes again. Okay, Sugar Plum, but what if I was getting up to dance? I smirk. Oh, Sugar Plum, that's almost as bad as Puddin'. You'll just have to work harder. He puts his arm out, and I take it. We stroll over to the dance floor. Only a few couples are remaining. The music isn't as bouncy anymore, but I don't care. He pulls me close, his hands on my hips. I wrap my arms around his shoulders and neck. There's practically no space between us, and I can feel the warmth of his body radiating against mine. We stare into each other's eyes for a while. The music drowns out, and it's just the two of us in the room. Our bodies slowly gyrate next to each other. I can feel my heartbeat quicken slightly. Hey, Fitzgerald, get a room. Why don't you? Some guy with a bleach blonde woman nudges Liam in the side. His comment brings us back to reality. Sure thing, Charlie. Liam responds. You got the key? Who was that? I ask. One of my cousins. He's a real charmer. Liam smiles. I gaze out over the room at his extended family. They all look exactly how I would have pictured them. Perfectly tailored suits in charcoal and slate gray, fancy dresses, and an aura of richness about them. But now that I've gotten to know them, they don't seem so posh and intimidating anymore. Well, almost all of them. I see Liam's father laughing with his mother. Everyone is so happy and jovial. As I see their faces, I realize that I'm happy too. Here at this moment, dancing with Liam, it feels amazing. I turn my attention back to him. We sway from side to side, not trying to match the rhythm or anything. It's more just an excuse to be close to each other. Liam, I want to tell you something, I say. He looks at me, waiting for me to continue. The words stick in my throat for a second. I'm so glad I'm here, that I came back. Only as the words escape my lips do I realize how true they are. I guess I was afraid before. Afraid of what? Afraid that it wasn't real, that the sparks were just for show and not something meaningful, that I'd misconstrued things, that you didn't feel the same way. I've had that before, and I didn't want to make the same mistake again. He smiles. It's a warm, inviting smile of understanding. I instinctively match it with my own. Well, you don't have to worry about that. I think I'm falling for you, Serena Thomas. Hearing those words makes my heart jump. Me too. He leans forward and kisses me. This kiss is much more tender and loving than before. It's not his passion fueling it, but his love. I pull his head closer to mine as the kiss continues. I'm sure plenty of people in the crowd will stop and stare, but it doesn't matter to me. He pulls away and we lock eyes. I realize that we've stopped dancing. I look out toward the crowd, but no one is really paying attention. I see one of his sisters looking at us, but she just smiles and resumes her conversation. Suddenly, Liam laughs. What is it? I ask. I was just thinking about how we first met, about how awkward it must have felt for you, being approached by two rich white guys and getting that kind of proposition. I'm sure it seemed pretty bizarre. What do you mean? I'm propositioned by rich white guys all the time. You just happen to be attractive enough to get my attention. I smirk and look into his eyes, waiting for a response. Well, I guess I'll have to thank my parents then. for making me so ruggedly handsome. He smiles. I burst out laughing. And your dad for not scaring me off right away. Maybe the champagne is going to my head, but that was funny. I rest my head on his chest and wrap my arms around his waist. He holds me close, resting his head on top of mine. I could stay here forever. I have something I need to tell you too, he says. I lift my head to meet his gaze. I've leased a place close to you. It's about 4 blocks away from your apartment. I smile. That's amazing. Now I can crash there whenever I want. I'm partially joking, but something tells me his place will be a lot nicer than mine, and I don't mind seeing him more often. I'll have a key made for you, he replies. I chuckle. Oh, and another thing, we've all decided where to donate the bet money. Let me guess, the casino? I joke. No, we're splitting it between the pet shelter and a free clinic. I want that money to do some real good within the community. I'll make my own donation to Smile Train, too. But I didn't think it made sense to do it, based on the ridiculous bet. Well, look at you, Mr. Philanthropist. I think I got a little turned on by that. In that case, I'll donate $1 million to the Red Cross tomorrow. He grins. Woohoo. That turns me on enough to christen your new apartment all night long. I raise my eyebrows suggestively. That's all I wanted to hear. He laughs. He pulls my head up to his and kisses me more passionately this time. I think I may have excited him a little. But seriously, though, this is going to be great for us. It'll be a lot easier to build a real relationship with a whole new perspective on things. And this way you know I'm serious. He looks out over his family. I half forgot that they were even there. You know when we'll really know we're serious? I say. No, when? When we don't think about how it started at all. It's just us. I wonder how long it'll take, he muses. Hopefully a lot less time than we think. I rest my head on his chest again. His muscles aren't exactly gentle, but I love feeling them against my face. Even with all of his clothes on, I can tell how athletic he is underneath. We sway for another song, then return to our seats at the table. We arrange the chairs so I can lean back into his body as we watch other couples on the dance floor. He wraps his arm around mine and kisses the top of my head. We say nothing, but I know that this is the start of something special, something magical. I'm glad this all worked out, my love. He whispers into my ear. My love. I can get used to that. Me too, Pudding, me too. I turn my face to meet his and we share a quick kiss.
Chapter 30. Liam. The keys jingle as I fiddle with the lock. I can feel Serena's body pressed against mine, her chin resting on my shoulder. It feels good to have her so comfortable with me. The door opens and we bring our luggage inside. Home sweet home. Serena sighs as she pulls her suitcase behind her. I drag mine in before the door swings shut. Home sweet home. You're just crashing here, little lady. I wait for her to shoot me a dirty look. Okay, I can go back to my place then if that's how you feel. Without missing a beat, she swivels around, suitcase in tow. And remember 5 months ago when I moved in? I said you can move in any time you want. And you haven't let me forget it since. She gives me a smirk and I smile back. But I want you to stay, I reply. Well, now you have to give me a reason. She smiles coyly. I lean in and kiss her. A soft, gentle kiss on the surface of her lips. Is that reason enough? I ask. She ponders the question for a moment. I'm not sure. Try it again. I chuckle as I lean in for another kiss. She pushes against me this time, and our tongues dance around each other. Okay, I guess I can stay for a little bit. She sighs. Where should I put my bag, though? Anywhere's fine, my love, I reply. I pull open the fridge and grab a soda. I'm dying of thirst. She moves over to the couch and collapses on it. It's been a long day of traveling. But on a serious note, I will have to go back to my place today. I need a few items for work tomorrow, she calls out from the couch. "How are things going at the studio?" I reply as I walk over to her, sipping on my drink. Serena decided that teaching rather than being at the whim of casting agents and auditions was the best plan for her future. I helped her set up a studio so that she could work for herself on her own terms, and she seems happy with the change. Her head shoots up from the other side of the couch. She looks excited. "Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. This first class is so cute. It's a bunch of 4- and 5-year-olds, and they are just adorable. I love seeing them in their little dancing outfits." Her passion is infectious. Whenever she talks about the studio, she becomes more animated and lively. I can only hope that one day I'll be as passionate about my job as she is. I sit down next to her. Without thinking, she grabs my glass and takes a sip before handing it back. "One of the girls, her name is Letitia. She is the cutest thing ever. She's been dancing since she was 3, so she's picked up a lot of the moves already, but it's so cute to see her practicing. It's obvious that she wants to be a dancer and isn't just there because Mom signed her up." "That's amazing," I reply. "She has a great role model. What about the renovations in the back office?" Her mood shifts. Don't remind me. We have to wait until Thursday for the contractor. Right now we can't even use it until they get in there and fix the wiring. It's so annoying." "Yeah, it's a lot of work to run a business," I say, taking a sip. She nudges me. "What do you know about it, rich boy?" She grabs my drink again and takes another gulp. "What? I know plenty about running a business. Just because I've never started one of my own doesn't mean anything." I smile. She stares into my eyes. "I don't know how I would do any of this without you. You've been so amazing throughout all of this." She puts her hand on my thigh. "I just want you to be happy. That's what this little beach trip was all about. I don't want you overloaded with stress." "Thank you. Oh my God, this weekend was so incredible. I still can't believe you guys can just pick up and go like that. It still doesn't even feel real." She takes another sip and sets the drink on the end table. "I still can't believe you'd never been to the Bahamas before." "I know, right? I guess I was just waiting for the right moment or something. One more chore to get around to." The sarcasm is practically dripping from her mouth. I love it when she's playful like this. "Well, I'm glad I could help you cross it off your list finally," I reply. I pull myself closer to her. Even though we've been traveling since 6 a.m., she looks breathtaking, especially with the early evening light shining upon her glistening skin. But I don't know how I could ever repay you. I'm just a broke dance instructor. Surely there's some way I can show my appreciation." She smiles. "Oh, I can think of a few ways, actually." I lean in and start kissing her arm. She moans softly. "Ooh, is that what you had in mind?" she asks. I move up to her neck, kissing every part of her skin along the way. "Maybe." I move to her face, and we start kissing. She puts her hands around my head as our lips press against each other. I can feel my passion burning brighter with each moment. I move even closer, putting my body on top of hers. She leans back, and I kiss her more deeply as we touch each other. Even though we've been together every moment for the last few days, and just got done with a flight and a trip from the airport, I can't get enough of her. She pushes me back gently. "What's wrong?" I ask. "Just could use a shower after all that traveling." She looks herself up and down. "Of course. I mean, there's room enough for 2. She bites her lip, and it's irresistible. "You think of everything, don't you?" "I think we bring out the best in each other." She looks into my eyes, and it's only been getting better and better. "I agree. It's like every day, I want to be with you more and more. When you go back to your place to sleep, it feels so empty here," I reply. "I know it feels the same way to me, too. And, you mentioned it. And maybe we should talk about it." She looks down, which she does when she has a serious question. I pull her chin up so I can see her face. God, she's so beautiful. "You can ask me anything." I have a feeling I know what she's going to say, but I want to hear her say it. Well, you brought it up, and I know I could have anyway. But my lease is up in another 2 months. I'm wondering if I should even renew it. I mean, I know it's a big step, but since I'm already over here all the time anyway. Her voice trails off. Of course, I'd love that. I haven't even asked you anything yet. Her demeanor shifts, and she's back to her bright and cheery self. Well, whatever it is you're going to ask, the answer is yes, I reply. Okay, so you're going to give me $100,000 so I can move to Paris to realize my dreams of dancing in a cabaret? If that will make you happy, I reply without hesitation. She nudges me playfully. Why do you have to be so perfect? That's just the way I was born. I smile. One of my many flaws. She leans in and kisses me. I love it when she kisses me when she's happy. Okay, so just to make sure we're on the same page, I'm moving in here, right? She asks. Of course. I got a place big enough for the two of us for a reason. She pauses. Wait, did you really? I nod. Yeah, when I was looking at apartments, I would always think about how it would feel to have you living with me. It's one of the main reasons I moved so close to you, so I could see you more often. I wasn't joking when I said it before. She moves closer to me and puts her hands on mine. I love you. I love you too, I reply. She leans in and kisses me again. I put my hands on her waist and caress her hips. Her warmth feels so infectious. I just want her pressed against me forever. Forever. That feels so right. I want to be with her forever. I push her off of me and she settles back onto the couch. Sorry, I know I already called it off. Shower, she says, fanning herself. You don't have to join me if you're too comfortable. Never too comfortable for that. She stands up and starts pulling her shirt off. I stop her. I get onto the floor, resting on one knee. She gasps and covers her mouth. Serena Thomas, I know I don't have anything right now, but if you say yes, I'll buy you the most dazzling ring I can find. I grab her hand and kiss it. Will you do me the honor of marrying me? She starts laughing in shock, and I see a tear streaming from her eye. Yes, Liam. Yes. I'll marry you. I stand up and we start kissing again. Mr. and Mrs. Fitzgerald. That has a nice ring to it.
Chapter 31. Serena. Hey, did you get my text about the dress? Olivia asks. I'm just waltzing into the dance studio when her call comes through. Yep, Emma is taking care of making sure it gets to the lake house on Saturday, I confirm to her. Listen, as your official wedding planner, I want to make sure that you know we're on top of every detail, Olivia says. Your wedding is my priority one. No one else gets the top spot but you. A soft chuckle escapes me at how seriously she takes her wedding planning duties. Yes, ma'am. Dress is checked off the list as of now. I tap the check icon on my wedding planning app, clearing it away. Now, did you get my text about who you're bringing to the wedding? I'm not telling, Olivia says, still being stubborn about who she's been seeing even after all this time. You'll all find out at the wedding, not a moment sooner. Come on, girl. Throw me a bone, give me a hint. Nope, no spoilers. I'm hanging up now. The caterer's calling. Bye. I laugh to myself and unlock the studio doors. As I step inside, I flip on the lights, preparing for the first classes of the day. Hey, Serena. Abby, my newest teacher, for the younger students, walks through the doors. I love those pants, so colorful. Over the past few months, our studio has expanded, and she's become our third staff member. Thanks. I'll be in Studio 2 doing some warm-ups, I tell her. And when my sister arrives, let me know. Ariana is flying in with my niece Melissa today for the wedding. They're staying at a nearby hotel just a few blocks from our place, but they're coming here first to get the key so they can drop some stuff off for the wedding. Will do. Abby waves to me and I head into the studio to warm up for the day. I can see the rest of my staff arrive, trickling in one by one as I stretch out. As students arrive, I head into my first class, a jazz class for 12 to 14-year-olds. We're preparing for an upcoming showcase, and the girls have been practicing nonstop. 5, 6, 7, 8, I count off. Abby waves from the studio window and I walk over, carefully watching the students. What's up? Your sister is here. Great. Can you take over so I can go give her the key? Abby slips inside the studio room as I stride out, meeting with Ariana in the lobby. Hey, there's the bride-to-be, Ariana exclaims, grabbing me for a tight hug. Melissa is so excited about being the flower girl. I'm so glad you're here. I bend down to hug my niece. Here's the key. Feel free to relax at my place until I leave at 2. Then we can all head to the Airbnb together. They take off. I've got one more class and then head to my office to do some paperwork. While inside, Liam calls. Hey there, beautiful, he says with that deep voice that always sends shivers down my spine. I heard you were getting married this weekend. Want to run away together? I'd follow you anywhere. Just checking. Liam's deep voice carries a hint of mischief. Has Olivia driven you crazy yet? Nearly, but not quite there. Has she dropped any more clues about her mystery date? She won't reveal a thing, I grumble. I've got $500 riding on this. I really think she's going with Emma's friend, Sadie. Let's hope you're right, because if you win, you will have made your own investment back times 50. I whistle. That's a lot of money to go to the women's shelter. I cross my fingers, hoping I can be the one to win the pot. The next few days whiz by as Olivia helps me meticulously finalize every detail of the upcoming celebration. The unconditional acceptance of Liam's family has been overwhelming. Grandma Rose gave us her heirloom diamond engagement ring as a welcome gesture, and Olivia and Emma insisted on throwing me my bachelorette party. Glancing down at it now, the ring serves as a fond reminder of the family I've gained in a relatively short time. The wedding is vintage rustic themed, combining my boho style with Liam's more preppy, classic one. Ariana calls it Cracker Barrel chic, but Olivia hates that term. Our colors are dusty blue, cream, and rose gold, and we're going to have vintage velvet couches for the guests to sit on. The rest of our decor includes gold candle holders, sequin table runners, wildflowers, wooden accents, and mason jars filled with lights. It's going to be amazing. The eve of our wedding unfolds with a bonfire on the lake, flames flickering beneath the starlit sky. This time, no scantily clad supermodels are here to crash our party. The only ones here are on the guest list, and they're all congratulating me and my husband-to-be. No wagers are in sight regarding the couple of the hour. Liam and I share a dance beneath the glow of the moon, the crackling of the bonfire providing a romantic soundtrack. At that moment, I feel my pulse quicken, the anticipation of our wedding sending butterflies through my body. The day of the wedding dawns, and Olivia knocks promptly at 5 a.m. She's ready to kickstart our day of preparations. Emma is next, waltzing in at 6. My beautiful sister-in-law is getting married, Emma cries out, hugging me tightly. You know what would be an amazing wedding present? I ask when she breaks away. Still not telling you who my date is, Olivia calls out. Darn. At 6:30, the makeup artist and hairstylist knock, and as they come in, my sister and niece join them. More than anything else, their presence reminds me that it really is my wedding day. The room is filled with a hushed anticipation as my bridesmaids help me into my wedding dress, a gown Emma and Olivia helped me choose and purchased for me as a gift. One silver lining of starting my relationship with Liam in such a contentious fashion is that gifts from guilt at their initial behavior keep rolling in. Once I have the dress on, I step back and catch my breath as I gaze at my reflection in the full-length mirror. It has a plunging neckline, which gracefully complements the full skirt adorned with intricate metallic embroidery. The metallic details explode outward from the center, like confetti. In a short time, we're ushered down to the ceremony, once we're assured Liam has been hustled away. I'm pulled aside to make my grand entrance. It feels like mere seconds before I'm walking down the aisle to stand with Liam. In his gorgeous charcoal suit, adorned with a spray of gold flowers, he looks every bit the Prince Charming. I take his hand, our fingers entwining, and we share a moment of laughter as we pose together. Even though the way we met was unconventional, I'm so glad you came into my life. Liam says as he reads his vows. You are the love of my life, my best friend, and my better half. I feel like the universe was drawing us together that day we met, I say as I read my vows. You reawakened so many of my passions, and you helped me believe in my dreams. You make life fun and joyful. You're my soulmate and my best friend, and I pledge to be all of those things to you and more. I now pronounce you man and wife, the minister declares after we each say I do. Liam draws me in for a soft kiss, sending tingles down my spine. Stepping into the reception, Liam and I share mischievous grins. The air buzzes with anticipation as we make our grand entrance onto the dance floor, signaling the start of a surprise we've carefully planned. Little does everyone know, Liam has been secretly taking dance lessons from me for weeks, preparing for this moment. Our guests cheer, excitement ramping up as we spin and twirl. When I leap into Liam's arms, applause breaks out. The dance is coming to a close, and Liam winks at me before leaning down to whisper in my ear. Did you see who Olivia is sitting with? No, who? Not Sadie, Sadie's brother Frederick. What does that mean, closest without going over? Something like that. We stand upright, applause echoing around us. Liam and I share a glance, our faces beaming with joy to the point where our cheeks ache. This is the first of a lifetime of moments of happiness together.
Chapter 32. Liam. I dim the lights, light some candles, and sprinkle more lilies around the bedroom. I know we're supposed to spend our honeymoon enjoying our trip to St Barts and everything the island has to offer, but I only have one thing on my mind right now, and that's having my way with my wife. While she's getting a much-deserved massage, I plan to have a different form of relaxation waiting for her here. I pour 2 glasses of champagne before I put the bottle back in the ice bucket. Now, time for some quick prepping of myself before she gets back. I peek into the bedroom as I slap on the cedar cologne she likes. She should be back any minute. I pull on my terry cloth robe, open our oceanside doors to listen to the waves crash as the sun sets, and grab a glass of champagne for each of us. Hey, babe, I'm back. How was it? I call, listening to her put things down in the sitting area of our suite. So good. I can't believe you didn't want to take one with me. Her voice gets closer. What did you do while Serena freezes when she enters the bedroom. Her eyes scan over the candles and flowers and finally rest on me. I hold out the champagne flute to her and smile devilishly at my new wife. I've just been waiting for you, my dear. Serena saunters coyly over to me, a smirk tugging at her beautiful face, with cheekbones like a sculpture. She takes the extra champagne glass from my outstretched hand, swirls it around, and takes a step back. You've outdone yourself. Color me surprised. She takes a sip. I stand up, set my glass down, and snake my hand around her waist as I stand behind her. I pull off her own robe that she's still wearing from the spa, and slowly kiss her glowing skin, starting at her neck. Serena's skin is soft and warm under my lips. I continue to kiss down her spine, making her shiver and sigh against me. You know how to make a girl feel special, she whispers, turning in my arms to face me. I know how to make my wife feel special, because you are. I take in the sight of her, the smooth curves of her body on display in the dim candlelight. She's wearing only a pair of panties, but she looks more stunning than ever. I wanted the first night of our honeymoon as husband and wife to be perfect, I say, cupping her face in my hands. It already is, Serena says before pressing her lips to mine. I look into her eyes, filled with love and desire, as I lean in to capture her lips with mine. Our kiss is slow and sensual, our bodies pressed together as we explore each other's mouths. I break the kiss and lift her into my arms, carrying her over to the bed where I lay her down gently. I climb on top of her, never breaking eye contact, as I slowly start to kiss my way down her body. The rest of this scene is too hot to put on YouTube. I know it's very disappointing, and we're also disappointed we can't share all the juicy details with you, but we have to be respectful of the rules we are given. To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to tylawalker.com. Not only can you listen to this story with all of the steamy scenes ready to go, you can get a 40% discount on all digital products with the code SAVE40. We collapse onto the bed together, our breathing slowly returning to normal as we bask in the afterglow of our lovemaking. "Wow," Serena says breathlessly, still trying to catch her breath. "Yeah," I reply with a satisfied grin. Serena and I lay in bed for a while. Our bodies are intertwined, our breaths still heavy from our passionate encounter. But it's not just physical. There's an emotional connection between us that goes beyond words or actions. Serena reaches up and brushes a strand of hair out of my face before pulling me down for a deep kiss. The softness of her lips against mine sends shivers down my spine. "I love you," she whispers against me, her eyes shining with sincerity. My heart swells hearing those words from her, knowing that nothing is an act anymore. This is real. This is what I've always wanted. I love you too, and I've never meant anything more in my life.